In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie Q. I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie. Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. I understand it's afternoon for some of you, but it is still the morning for me. I apologize for I set my live up for 9:45, but then I was still pulling all of my information to put in the description box. All of the links are in the description box. I had them saved somewhere else, and I had to load them all up in my description box. But I ran across something that was. Please hit the like button. I'd appreciate it. Hey, Bernice. I ran across something that was really, really inspirational. Um, okay, so certain type of black people, in my opinion, like to hoard information. Hey, Spicy Dicey, like to hoard information, uh, be it to try to make it seem that they are some elite person or whatever. I ran across this. See, what I do is I share the information that is impacting the Black community and the world that we are living in now. I have been doing this prior to the election, and I will continue to do it. And I will give you, I will lead you to where you can also find the information. See, because it's not about me hoarding information to make it seem like I know something that you are not privy to. We are all privy to this information. See, in our history, our ancestors made sure that they looked out for each other. But I cannot make you drink this information, but I will not sit up in your face and pretend as if you are too inept to understand the information and therefore refuse to give the information to you because I want it to appear that you are lesser than me and thus inept at taking information. I ran across something that was really, really inspiring. And The links are in my description box under the intro. Uh, please check out this link. Is call me Shivy. Call me Shivy. Is That's this person's page. There is nothing better than seeing black men actually be men. So let me share this with you. I'm not going to. I'm not. Hmm. Do I want to share the music or not? Hey, of lovely one, good to see you. Hey, foot soldier. Ah, I don't think I'm going to share the music with you. But let me share this video. I actually have two. The same one. The links are in my description box. Let me start this over. When black men are less than 1.6 of all teachers, but your school looks like this. These are all teachers. He's going through his school and he's hugging all the black men. And I do mean men, not boys, not professors to be being men. The black men in this school. I'm told that I am a unicorn in the world of education, but at my school, I'm part of a tribe, black male educators who can be seen in every hallway throughout our building. Black men make up less than 1.6 of all teachers in America, but Charles R. Drew High School, they are seen everywhere. Today, I got a dap and a hug and a shake hands with over. I got to dap, hug, and shake hands with over 30 black male educators who show up every day for our students, modeling excellence, leadership, and care in ways that can't be measured on a test. This is what impact looks like. So all of that fucking I know something that you don't know noise is bullshit. All of that I'm up on something that you can't understand is bullshit. These are insecure babies. Let me let that resound with you. Okay. Now, we saw that one. Now, the pool of impressive black men gets even bigger in this clip right here. I will share this with you as well. It's incredible to see how the world has responded to what began a simple gesture between black men in a school, a moment of brotherhood that sparked energy, positivity, and global conversation. Was started, I think, a small idea has grown into a historic gathering. Black men make up less than 1.6 of all teachers in America, yet here at Clayton Public schools, we represent nearly 20% of the teaching force. Today, over 300 black male educators stood side by side to show the undeniable power of representation, unity, and impact at a time when it's easier to do nothing. So, I just let that. I just wanted you guys to see a black man out here doing something that is worthy. So the next time they try to put black men into a mold, I know there, in my opinion, there is no representation of what a real worthy is here on a certain areas of YouTube. But if you look for them and if you quit believing the hype of the ones who pretend to be real black men, to be worthy of anything. You understand that they are worthy of absolutely nothing, and they are the same low life slime that they try to profess others to be. So let's get started. Let's get started. Okay. I also definitely want you to hear this. Let me share my screen with you.
Standing up against ICE fascists and getting arrested for the crime of demanding to see a judicial warrant for the person that ICE fascists were pursuing in the emergency room.
Constitutional rights.
No.
He has constitutional
No.
rights. Do you have a sign?
No.
Do
You need to
show
leave.
warrant for him?
Turn around. Turn around and leave that.
He is under.
I'm going to
he is
arrest you.
under
Do
arrest.
not leave.
You are going to be placed under arrest.
Do you have a sign? Do you show warrant for him?
Can somebody go in the hallway and get
Do
Lisa
you
for
have
me,
a
please?
signed judicial warrant for him?
Can somebody go in the hallway and get Lisa for me? This is an older person who's being under arrest. I need my other staffer who's in the hallway by registration to come here, please.
You are hurting. I am asking. I am not
Can somebody
touching
get
you.
my
I am
staffer,
asking.
please?
This is a hospital. Do you have a signed judicial warrant for him? I am asking. I am asking. I did not touch
We
you.
told you to leave.
I did
You're
not touch
impeding.
you.
Now you're
I
under
did not
arrest for
touch you.
impeding.
I did
Thank
not
you.
touch you.
Where-
I asked you if you had a
Is
signed
Lisa still out there?
judicial warrant for him. It is very simple. It is very simple. That man has constitutional rights. I
We
did
do
not
not
touch
need a
you.
warrant.
It is a public space. I am not trespassing. I am asking you. Do you have a signed judicial warrant? I am asking. Do you have a signed judicial warrant for him? It is a question, sir. You are an agent. You are a federal agent.
We do not need a.
Okay, so thank you, Outspoken. I appreciate your support. Um, just my thoughts. It is good to see you. Foot Soldier, it's good to see you. Now, I want you to do. I do hope you understand that that is a elected official. I do. It appears from my vantage point, I would assume that she's a gay elected female. From my viewpoint, it seems that she is a not a white woman. So uh, now I have been giving you the information, and I've also been telling you where to find the information because God forbid I am not trying to sit up on YouTube and try to pretend like I am some great I am. Hold on. Let me drop out and come back in. I see my avatar is not on here. I hope that helped. Um, I am not trying to sit up here and pretend that I am some great I am. The only thing I am trying to give you is some information about what's really going on uh, in America today. What has been going on? What has been written down on paper before the elections, encouraging you to register to vote with the understanding that some people just can't show up and register on the same day. I didn't get up here the night before elections and try to ram down your throat how this was going to be the most important elections and get up and vote tomorrow because I have common sense. I understand that people who were not registered could just not get up and vote the next day in many states. I gave you all of this information on a long draw of giving you information. That's what I'm here for. So if you learn something uh, new today, those are my goals. Those are my only goals. So I was over on a different channel, and they were talking about what's going on in the country as far as all of these non-black men um, doing all of this calamity in this country. However, it's not being noticed. Now, we were told that ICE was here to get rid of all the undocumented immigrants, illegal aliens, as they would say. So this is what we were told ICE would put in our communities for. Now, it's just when you see all of the abuse that is going on. Hey, pretty black TV, it's good to see you. Now, when you see all of the abuse that is going on with actual U.S. citizens, actual black families, and the response and the argument is that, well, they shouldn't mind being uh, detained for a few minutes when they were detained for hours, over 3 hours. They shouldn't mind because they're getting criminals out of their building. Why do you mind that we are trampling over your rights? And then when the simple question is asked back to these white men and women, what would you do if it happened to you? And they never say they would be fine with it. The answer is never, oh, I would be fine to get these illegal, these gangbangers, this Trende Aragua out of my neighborhood. They can't even fathom putting themselves in the situations that they get up on television and tell you that it is okay to happen to black people and American citizens who have brown skin. They can't fathom to tell you. Now, all of a sudden, it's not about getting the illegals out. It is about, well, they bring crime and everything's crime ridden. And all of a sudden now ICE is fighting crime. Have you noticed the change that ICE is fighting crime now when that is not ICE's job? Have you noticed that that is what they're saying right now? Okay, so also I wanted to talk about how the simple fact that you have we've had all of this stuff that has gone on by non-black men in this country, and it is being ignored. Do you know that they arrested the man who set the Pacific Palisades fire in California? Do you hear anything about him? Do you hear anything about the criminality, the loss of buildings? You know, they care more about property. Do you hear anything about the billions of dollars of loss of property that person caused? But they will tell you, you know, they're running in stores and they're stealing property from these stores. If they're stealing property from these stores that is insured, you don't hear anything about the amount of property damage in Pacific Palisades, multi-million dollar homes. You hear nothing about how this one man came and robbed these people of all of their property. Now, you know why? You do know why. Because he is not a person of color. That's why you don't hear all the bemoaning about property loss. We're sending in the National Guard to secure federal what? Property. Federal property. That's what we're doing with our billions of dollars that we're sending ICE out here, and while we are throwing women to the ground, while we don't care who we're throwing to the ground. If you look non-white, you're being treated as if you are a undocumented immigrant in this country. That's the only that's the only requirement. To be non-white, you are treated like this. And then they want to bring the National Guard in. Now the National Guard came in from Texas, and of course Greg Abbott was happy to bring them in, and he also federalized the Illinois National Guard, but then the ruling came down that no, the National Guard for right now, I don't understand these for right now. If they're not allowed to go into these cities for right now, how come you just can't make a simple ruling that they can't go in these cities? So the National Guard will not be able to go into Chicago. Hey, Lue, it is good to see you. So let's get into. Hold on. So let's get into this specific Palisade arsonist, alleged arsonist, who was arrested. I want to share this with you. Did you guys even hear about the Pacific Palisade arsonist being arrested? And what I find striking is listen at all the excuses that they give. Now they have caught an arsonist, but they're telling you that the problem was that the winds picked up a week later. Okay. Listen at was the real problem. It wasn't the arsonist who set the fire and the firefighters who came out and sprayed out the fire, but it was a whole lot of sparks and kindling under the leaves and stuff, and it was just burning in the ground for over a week, and then the winds picked up, and the winds caused the fire. This is what they're telling you after they have caught the arsonist, that it was the wind's fault.
In connection to those deadly. Well, in the last hour, authorities in Los Angeles announced an arrest in connection to those deadly Palisade fires earlier this year. Destroyed so much property, caused hell for people down in L.A. That fire was part of a series of fires that sparked in January, and it's considered one of the largest fires in L.A. history. 12 people died, so many homes wiped out. So let's talk about the latest developments. CBS News correspondent Chanel Call. Okay, Chanel, what are you learning about what happened there and who they're fingering for this?
Yeah, a lot of new information released to us today, Reed. I mean, this was one of the most catastrophic fires in American history. And today, authorities are now saying, Reed, that they've arrested the person they believe is responsible. That person now identified as 29-year-old Jonathan Rinderknecht. Listen to how officials believe that fire started.
After working the evening shift as an Uber driver, two of his passengers told law enforcement that he appeared agitated and angry that night. After dropping off a passenger in Pacific Palisades, Rinderknecht parked his car and tried and failed to contact a former friend. He exited the car, walked up a nearby trail, took iPhone videos at a nearby hilltop, and listened to a rap song whose music video including objects being lit on fire. The defendant had listened to this song and watched its music video repeatedly in the days leading up to the Lockman fire.
Hold on. So did you hear that? He listened to a rap song. Well, it seems like he watched a rap video. And in the rap song, the video showed a whole lot of stuff being set on fire. What was the name of this rap song? So was it the rap is it rap music's fault? What in the fuck was that even included? He went up to he couldn't get in contact to his friend, and so he took pictures at the top of the hill, listened to a rap song, and the rap song had a whole lot of stuff being set on fire. So he's not responsible for setting this fire that he set. Because he listened to a rap song, allegedly listened to a rap sound where a whole lot of stuff was being set on fire. Okay, so understand how they take no responsibility for absolutely none of the fucking carnage that they set upon the United States. Let's continue.
12 minutes into the new year, environmental sensing platforms indicated that a fire had started. It took the defendant several tries to contact 911 to report the fire. He fled the scene in his car, but turned around after passing fire engines driving in the opposite direction to fight the fire. While the Lockman fire burned, the defendant walked up the same trail from earlier that night to watch the fire and firefighters, using his iPhone to take short videos of the scene.
And Reid, investigators also believe that that initial fire they were just talking about there was mostly suppressed by firefighters, but then embers continued to smolder and burn underground. Then when we saw high winds kick up, it then spread the fire, causing what we now know to be the Pacific Palisades fire.
I apologize. He goes down the hill and he sees the firefighters going back up the hill. And just like the deviants that they are, they always have to return to the scene of the crime. Now he's watching the firefighters take pictures he's taking pictures of them putting out his fire. And how do they know that he took pictures? I'm pretty sure they have the pictures. If they had the pictures, they would have been, if it had been Darnell, if it had been LaShawn, if it had been anybody else, they would have had a whole spray of the pictures he took. All of this is, but they put out the fire, but the embers were still burning, and a week later the winds picked up the fire. And here is the culprit.
Officials also saying today, Reid, that these allegations that they're talking about, they say they're supported by digital evidence. In fact, some of that evidence also includes Rinderknecht's ChatGPT history. They say that he prompted ChatGPT to give him a, quote, dystopian painting showing in part a burning forest and a crowd fleeing from it. I believe we have that ChatGPT photo to show you. This is it. And this was prompted by Rinderknecht, officials say, just months before the Pacific Palisades fire had started. This was and still.
So this was months before the fire started. But they need to tell you that he listened to a rap video that showed a whole lot of stuff being set on fire. Rap ain't had shit to do with this. Okay, let's continue.
Is a pretty massive investigation, Reid, and it involves so many different agencies. We're talking about ATF, the LA County Fire Department, the LA Police Department, Orange County Fire Authority, and the U.S. Forest Service. They're all part of this. Together, they say they have analyzed 1.5 million phone records. They've processed 100 acres of damaged terrain. They've conducted, Reid, over 100 interviews and collected, get this, 13,000 pieces of evidence. So quite a substantial investigation already underway. Now, moving forward, here's what's going to happen. Rinderknecht, we know, has now been charged with felony destruction of a property by means of fire. And so if convicted, Reid, that carries a mandatory minimum of 5 years in federal prison with up to 20 years possible.
Well, from a fire trail to a digital trail, those images you just showed are so chilling. For our viewers at home, if you want to get a closer up look at some of those images, you can.
Okay, so I wanted to share that with you in conjunction with some actual. I just want to remind you about some things that they always do when these type of people commit crimes. Let me go here and share this with you, just to refresh your memories. Here we go. I don't know why my avatar is not showing up. I left and I came back and it still is not showing up. Okay, 1 second. Let me share this with you. Yes, it was premeditated. Months they took rendered a AI picture months before with the exact scene that he wanted to uh, have rendered. And then they have to say he listened to a rap song that showed a whole lot of stuff being set on fire. Let me refresh your memory. Let her refresh your memory. White men are responsible for 90% of the destruction that's taking place around the world.
The man who shot Trump. This is the man who killed Melissa Hortman. This is the man who tried to kill John Hoffman. This is the man who tried to kill Paul Pelosi. This is the man who killed an Obama-appointed judge's son. This is the man who hired hitmen to kill Democrats. This is the man who ran over a left-wing activist and killed her. This is the man responsible for the Austin bombing. This is the man who sent pipe bombs to Obama, Biden, and Hillary Clinton. This is the man who shot Gabby Gifford. This is the man who tried to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer. Oh, and this man. And this man. And this man. This man. This man, this man, this man, this man, and this man. This is the man who's...
All of those men had the plot to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer, the Michigan governor. That's why she just kept saying, and this man, and this man, and this man. All of those men. Let's continue.
Set Josh Shapiro's house on fire. This is the Oklahoma bomber. This is his accomplice. These are just a few of the men who beat police officers on January 6th. I can think of a few things they have in common, and it's not the way they use their words or their left-wing politics. 2. Killed 10 black people in a Buffalo grocery store. His motive was, quote, to prevent the elimination of the white race. The El Paso Walmart shooter, he shot 45 people, killing 23. He thought he was acting at the request of President Trump to stop the invasion. He also cited the Great Replacement theory. The neo-Schmatzi who killed 9 people at a black church because he, quote, had to do something. This is the Pittsburgh synagogue shooter. His motive was to stop white genocide. This was the Oregon shooter. Police found a manifesto where he went on a lengthy rant about black men. The Dollar General shooter, his motive was a hatred for black people. Despite previously being involuntarily committed, he was still able to legally purchase the weapon. Florida. This is the Oxford school shooter. His parents gave him a 9mm for an early Christmas gift when he was 15 years old. They were so excited they just couldn't wait till Christmas. This is the FedEx shooter.
Those parents were also charged. See, they want to talk about rap music is a problem. They want to talk about black culture is a problem. I don't I haven't heard anywhere that black parents are gifting their children guns more frequently than I hear it about white parents gifting their children guns. And that's a fact. That's a fact for me.
Police found that he was viewing not like propaganda online and that he wanted to demonstrate his masculinity. Man went on a shooting spree in Atlanta, killed 8 people, 6 of whom were Asian women. This was the Dayton mass shooter, shot 17 people, killing 9, including his sister. And previously suspended from school for having hit lists and rape lists. The Santa Fe school shooter, one of his victims rejected his romantic advances. This was the Thousand Oaks shooting. This is the Parkland shooter, Sutherland Springs shooter, Las Vegas shooter, the Sandy Hook shooter. This is the Aurora Theater shooter. He had an obsession with killing and chose the weapon that would allow for the maximum amount of casualties. These, of course, are the Columbine shooters. The Chardon school shooter, who was upset that his ex-girlfriend had a new boyfriend. The Georgia school shooter, he is not transgender, no matter how many right-wing AI-generated memes tell you so. Father gave him an AR for Christmas when he was 14.
14.
The real mental health issue in this country is white men. The Middle Passage, 1.2 African Americans died. White men. Segregation, white men. Lynchings, white men. Wounded Knee, white men. The Trail of Tears, where 16,000 Native Americans died. White men. 98% of gun violence is men. 84% are white men. I see a trend. January 6th, white men. Oh, wait, but then they got pardoned by who? Oh, that's right. An adjudicated rapist, pedophile, convicted felon, white man that this country put in power. Wow. Why? Because they couldn't vote for the black woman. Do you see a trend? When you look at what happened to George Floyd, that is symbolic of what this country is. It is the white man putting his knee on the neck of a non-white person and saying, what are you going to do to stop me? White men are the mental health problem. And what do you see from the white supremacists? Right? They're just begging for it to be somebody on the left or a trans person or a gay person or a minority, right?
So, let's be clear. After this Charlie Kirk shooting, first it was Big Balls. First it was the Elon Musk Big Balls who had who worked for the Treasury Department, who has access to all of our data. I think he's 19. And have caused so many civil servants, mostly educated black women, because black women are the most educated people in the whole United States. So cost all of these black women their jobs, where people are now out quoting how many black people lost their jobs now. I told you about this in real time. So Big Balls gets punched in the nose by 14-year-olds. What happened the next day? The National Guards were on the streets in Washington, D.C. the next night. How convenient was that? Not the next weekend, not the next Monday. No, the very next night. The FBI, Department of Homeland Security, and National Guards were on the streets of Washington, D.C., because Washington does not have a governor, so it made it real easy. But then this thing happened with Charlie Kirk, and what do you hear from the White House all the way down? That the left has blood on their hands, the left, before they knew anything about that Robertson guy, before they knew anything about him. It was the left. And then what did that make it easier for 45, 47 to do? To say that anybody who said anything against Charlie Kirk, against the right, would be classified as Antifa. And what else did he do? He sat in front of all of the high-ranking generals and said that you guys are going to be put in American streets and use the American cities as your training grounds. And it's now he actually signed a executive order that determined that Antifa was a terrorist organization when there is absolutely no Antifa. Antifa is not Antifa is not a combined real group with any members, any uh leaders, anything. Now you heard Christy Nome. I think it was Christy Gnomes. I think it was Christy Nome said that in Portland the other day, they arrested a woman who is the girlfriend of the leader of Antifa. That's what she said when they had that Antifa roundup the other day. I think it was day before yesterday when they had that big sit down with the whole administration sitting up there and talking to YouTubers who I'll put it this way, have been reported to feign a whole lot of stuff that did not happen. I actually showed you one of the YouTubers who said that he was beaten up and assaulted when he was actually the aggressor in the situation. He was sitting up with 45, 47, and uh, the tops of his administration, spewing lies and bullshit. Okay, so Antifa, she sat up there and said that we arrested the girlfriend of the leader of Antifa. Well, what's their names? Not the leader of Antifa. I wouldn't say, well, we arrested the girlfriend of the girlfriend of the leader of the Proud Boys. I would have said we arrested the girlfriend of Enrique Terrio, the leader of the Proud Boys. See, that's how it works. It's not like the who are these people that they're telling you about? Be who are these people? If they know that this is the girlfriend of the leader of Antifa, what is his name? You notice that there is no name because there is no leader of Antifa because Antifa is an idea to protest your government. Antifa is also your Fourth Amendment right. Is it the Fourth Amendment right to protest your government? That's who Antifa is. Okay, let's continue.
Lincoln Riley. Oh, Lincoln Riley. Oh, did you see it was a brown person? Oh my gosh. Let's put her on a Wheaties box and add to the paper and pass bills. Oh my gosh. Right? What did you see with the racist podcaster? Oh my gosh, say his name on Starbucks cups. Oh my gosh, the white person. Oh my gosh, for once they felt like a black person. They finally got treated like garbage. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Jesus is coming, right? Because white people lost their shit. White men are the problem. They're a bunch of insecure little bitches with small penises and lifted trucks and beards and guns because they have no idea how to have empathy or basic human emotions, because that's what this country has done. It has allowed white men to do anything to anybody with no recourse. Until we address the original sin of this country, the actual mental health problem, which is white men, we will never be a great country.
This is the man who shot Trump.
Okay, these links are in my description box. Hey, Miss Douglas. Hey, T. Danielle. No, it's your Fifth Amendment rights. I said Fourth Amendment. It's your Fifth Amendment right. So, I just want to share some information with you. I talked to you about that NSPM-7 that has come out, and it's full. It's full of references to Charlie Kirk and why the government is going to and Antifa and people who have this Charlie Kirk death is now the reasoning. I told you about how Big Balls got the National Guard in D.C. the next night. Now this Charlie Kirk has actually memorandums that specifically talk about how people talked about or what people said about the death of Charlie Kirk. Let me see if I can pull this up and read it to you as well. Because I talked about it earlier this week. Let me see if I can find it. And I will read some of it for you. And if you don't know about this, the here it is right here. Trump's NSPM7 labels common beliefs as terrorism and it based on indicators. Oh, good. This is who I want. Okay, here we go. Let's get into this. I'm going to drop this link in the chat. I hope this is actually Ken Klippenstein's story. Okay. With the mainstream media distracted by the made-for-TV drama of James Comey indictment, Trump has signed a little-noticed national security directive identifying anti-Christian and anti-American views as indicators of radical left violence. Called National Security Presidential Memorandum 7. That is NSPM 7. It's being referred to as NSPB 7, PM 7. This is the first time in American history that there is an all of government effort to dismantle left-wing terrorism. Trump's Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller, of course, referring to the issuance. Stephen Miller is also author of a lot of stuff that is in Project 2025. Project 2025 actually called for the military to stomp down any protests in the United States. That's what Project 2025 called to. To the extent that the major media noticed the directive at all, they even C-SPAN incorrectly labeled it as an executive order, like this week's designation of Antifa as a domestic terrorist group. So, it is hard to overstate how much different NSPM 7 is from over the 200 executive orders 4547 has fanatically signed since coming back in office. An executive order publicly lays out the course of the day-to-day federal government operations, whereas a national security directive is a sweeping policy decree for the defense, foreign policy, intelligence, and law enforcement apparatus. National security directives are often secret, but in this case, the 4547 administration chose to publish the NSPM 7 only the 7th since he has come into office. Previous national security directives have been controversial, even politically earth-shaking. In 1980, for example, Jimmy Carter signed the top secret President Directive 59 directing new nuclear war fighting policies that persist until the end of the Cold War. When revealed, PD 59 caused a public furor. Not so much with this one. Your for-profit news media is not even covering this. And when they did cover it on C-SPAN, they said that it was an executive order, as in something that can be changed by the next incoming president, if there is one. Okay. So in NSPM7, countering domestic terrorism and organized political violence, 4547 directs the Justice Department, the FBI, and other national security agents and departments to fight his version of political violence in America, retooling a network of joint terrorism task force to focus on leftist political violence in America. As they took down, as the Department of Justice took down the actual facts of who create most domestic terrorism by party, showing that it was the right wing. That has been scrubbed from the government's website. I've also told you about that. Okay, let's continue. Something I think is about at a rate of 5 times more than left wing violence, right wing violence. They took that down from the department's website. The Department of what? Justice. Okay, I told you about that. You can go back in my other videos or find it yourself. It's in my links. Let me see. Where was I? The vast counterterrorism army made up of federal, state, and local agency would, as a Trump aide, Stephen Miller, said, form the central hub of that effort. NS PM7 directs a new national strategy to disrupt any individual or groups that foment political violence, including before they result in violent political actions. So, what they're saying there is that if they decide to say what you're saying or doing is going to cause political violence in their opinion, you can be targeted before there is actually any political violence. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. If you didn't know that, now you know. If you're learning something new, these are my goals. Okay, so for instance, forget it. In other words, they are targeting pre-crime to reference the Minority Report. The 4547 administration isn't only targeting organizations or groups, but even individuals and entities whom the NSPM7 says can be identified by any of the following indicators of violence: anti-American, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, support for the overthrow of the United States government, extremism on migration, extremism on race. So, do you mean so they're gonna be focused on white nationalists? Do you mean that they are going to be focusing on these white nationalists that are building up white only communities? No, they're not going to focus on them. You know, they're not focusing on them on the with the extremism on race. You know, are they going to be focused on their own administration, the way they are trying to stomp out civil rights, DEI, critical race theory? Are they going to be looking at any of this being extreme on race? Because they are the ones who are so confound and making sure that no other race has a fair ground in the United States. They are the ones who are trying to make it more difficult for any race in the United States to prosper. And seeing any race in the United States other than their race, they are trying to you put roadblocks in the road. You know, the same roadblocks that our generation, our ancestor had to fight to get knocked down. Now they're putting them back up. So who is worried? Who is the extremists on race, extremism on gender, a hostility to those who hold traditional American on views on family. What is a traditional? If you're hostile towards those who hold traditional American views on families, you can be targeted. And what does that mean? All of this shit is some vague ass shit. What it means is if they say that that's what it is, you will be targeted. That's what it means. They hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on religion and hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on morality. What does that mean? Do you understand that this is what this administration is going to be doing to American citizens? And I would be remiss if I if I didn't remind you, when he spoke to all of those top generals and admirals, what he said was, we're going to fight the enemy within. And it's not going to be like your traditional wars because these enemies, they don't wear uniforms like the people that you're used to fighting. So what he's saying is that every American citizen is up for grab if they use this McCarthy era bullshit to say that you are a fucking terrorist. The United States requires a national strategy to investigate and disrupt network entities and organizations that foment political violence so that the law enforcement can intervene in criminal conspiracies before they result in violent political acts. The directive states, okay, a pre-crime endeavor preventing attacks before they happen is core to the post 9/11 concept of counterterrorism itself. No longer no longer satisfied to investigate acts of terrorism after the fact to bring terrorists to justice, the Bush administration adopted pre, preemption overseas that led to the aerial assassination by drones and special operations killed millions. Domestically, it led to a counterterrorism campaign whose hallmark was excessive and illegal government surveillance and use of undercover agents and confidential human sources to trap and entrap would-be terrorists. So, they use the drones overseas. I talked about these drones. Didn't I talk about these drones and how they are using them in Palestine? Who are using them in Palestine? Palestine. Palantir. How these drones have been going in, seeking out where Palestinians were hiding when they were being assaulted by bombs and directing the drone to find the hiding places of these Palestinians and then bombing them. Who has a big contract with Palantir now? All of the FBI, the CIA, the IRS, all of the big agencies in the United States use Palantir with facial recognition features. Now you unleash this shit and know that you have Palantir, and you know what Palantir can do. This is the United States today. This is the United States today. While people are talking about bullshit. Now with 45, 47 directors retooling the counter terrorist apparatus to go after Americans at home. This means monitoring political activity or speech as an investigative method to discover radicalism. Contrary to other national security documents, all during the post Watergate era, PM7 doesn't even mention the First Amendment or fundamental rights of Americans to organize and protest. The focus on speech is evident through NSPM7. The directive says that political violence is the result of organized campaigns that often begin with the left dehumanizing targets in an anonymous chat forums, in person meetings, social media, and even educational institutions. I think they mean anonymous chat forums and in a personal meeting and social media. Okay. To give a sense of how broad this formulation is, 4547 earlier designation of Antifa as a domestic terrorist group was accompanied by a White House fact sheet singling out people who celebrated Legioni Mangione, the alleged killer of the United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in December. Uh, as I wrote at the time, this describes a lot of Americans because a lot of Americans understood that they are sick of how these for-profit health insurance companies are denying them care and how many people are dying because their health care has been denied. So 4547 new national security memorandum also alludes to Mangione, but adds to it even larger categories of potential targets. Let me the NSC is fundamentally a law enforcement directive, and it dispenses with the complications of using the active duty military or the National Guard in pursuit of political violence. It directs the Department of Justice to focus the FBI approximately 200 joint terrorism task force to the new mission. Net the FBI network of task force comprises over 4,000 members, including FBI personnel and task force officers from the more than 500 state and local agency and 50 federal agency, including special agents, police officers, intelligence analysis, and surveillance technicians. First established in New York City in 1980 to systemize FBI and NYPD cooperation. Today, there are task forces around the country, including at least in each of the FBI 55 field office. For the 4547 White House, the beauty of using an already existing network is it bypasses congressional oversight and the scrutiny even obscures federal activity to governors and legislators at the state level. I thought that state rights meant so much. No, it's a go around. Now, how many times have I showed you Russell Vogt saying this exact same thing in a undercover video that was exposed of him? He said that they have already given 4547 the legal challenges to use. This was well thought out in Project 2025. He has already given the administration the arguments to use. So now the arguments are being used. Okay. It bypasses congressional oversight and scrutiny, even obscures federal activities to governors and legislators at the state level. State, cities, and local police have already signed memoranda agreements with the feds to fight terrorism, and officer officers are already assigned as task force officers. So this has already been done without knowing that they was going to come and do this type of shit because hey, you guys already signed the anti-terrorist paperwork, so we are going to put this under fighting anti-terrorism. The NSP M7 says the JTTF shall investigate potential federal crimes relating to acts of reoccurring radicalization of persons for purpose of political violence, terrorism, or conspiracy against rights. The violent uh, depri- deprivation, the violent deprivation of any citizen's right. It authorizes the JTTFs to investigate individuals, organizations, and funds respons- and funders responsible for sponsor or otherwise aid and abet of the principals actors engaged in the criminal conduct. Now, you know they say that George Soros is the funder of Antifa. This everything is funded by George Soros, according to many on the right. George Soros, George Soros. Yeah. Now, are we being remiss if we pretend like we don't know that 4547 said that George Soros and his son should be arrested on RICO charges? Because of the support that they give the Democrat movement. But there is no such cause that Elon Musk, what is her, Marian Adelson, or any other of these people who support the right be brought up on any charges. So no millionaire and billionaire can support causes on the left, can support candidates on the left. But they can have all types of money washing through. Your own president can have a crypto coin out and uh, invite anyone to contribute to buy this coin, and they don't have to disclose who they are. Your president can actually have a private dinner for the contributors to his coin, and he does not have to say who showed up to this dinner. But George Soros and his son should be arrested on RICO charges. Okay. The Attorney General shall issue specific guidance that ensures domestic terrorism priorities include politically motivated terrorist acts such as organized doxing campaigns, swatting, rioting, looting, trespass, assault, destruction of property, threats of violence, and civil disorder. Civil disorder is protest. The NSP7 says civil disorder. I don't want to sound hyperbolic, but the plain truth is that the NSP7 is a declaration of war on anyone who does not support 4547 administration and its agenda. It Yet it repeats the word violent over and over to purport only to go after citizens who are moved to take up arms, but it also directs a monitoring and intelligence collection to map and target the new evildoers, to borrow from a Bush label he took from the Bible just days after 9/11. The partisan focus couldn't be more obvious. The real problem is, since Charlie Kirk was murdered, a friend of mine, uh, wait a minute. The real problem is this. Since Charlie Kirk was murdered, a friend of mine assassinated, nothing changed on their side. White House counterterrorism czar Sebastian Gorka told Newsmax after NSPM 7 was signed, not one leader, not one left leaning thought letter member of Congress, a senator, nobody has said we distance ourselves from the violent rhetoric. Now, that's a lie. We have had all of these, so they're pretending like no one on the left said, hey, this shouldn't have happened. This is some political violence. He had the right to say what he said, but they're trying to say nobody from the left distant themselves from political violence. He must mean no one from the right, because after Charlie Kirk was shot, they came out and actually said that this is war, and the left don't know. I think Stephen Miller, you don't know what you have unleashed. How did the left unleash anything by a white boy from Utah allegedly shooting Charlie Kirk? But they want to pretend like the left didn't say that shit shouldn't have happened. Okay, this is the this is the this is the purview of all of this NSP 7. Not one leader, not one left wing thought leader, member of Congress, senator, nobody has said we distance ourselves from violent rhetoric. Sebastian Gorga lied and said. The left refuses to rid themselves of the justification for violence, Gorka continued. And as such, President 4547 is taking measures to protect us from the violent rhetoric that becomes snipers and bullets. For example, where? For example, where, Gorka? Let me go to Ken Kick, his Substack. If you guys are not subscribed to Ken Klippenstein's Substack, you ought to check this out. I just read that. I want to secret watch listing. There is a secret watch listing center executing NSPM 7. If you don't know, they have a secret place where let me see. We're expanding the watch list. FBI director said amid 300% increase in domestic terror investigations. So if you don't know, uh, Threat Screening Center in Vienna, Virginia. As the federal government begins to implement President's 4547 new national security directive to investigate the so-called radical left as domestic terrorists, a little-known FBI organization located in the affluent and leafy suburb of Northern Virginia is at the center of it all. Based just 7 miles from CIA headquarters, the Threat Screening Center has a secret building and a classified personnel count. The nondescript cluster of glass-fronted building has no sign out front. Even the identity of the director, FBI executive Steve McQueen, I'm told, isn't public. Until now, until he just told you who the director is, Steve McQueen. It wasn't public until now. Until now, when he just wrote it right there. Behind the black fence and manicured berms, the Threat Screening Center maintains the federal government's terrorist watch list created in response to the 9/11 attack. Today, the FBI-run center is chewing on national security presidential memorandum NSPM 7. 4547 sweeping policy directive that formally directs the national security state to root out left-wing political violence by monitoring so-called indicators of violence like anti-Christianity, anti-capitalism, and anti-Americanism. And all of the other list of things that I just read to you. Though the text of the NSPM is public, the Threat Screening Center's watch listing process is a black hole. Even the criteria of how people end up on it is secret. When 4547 took office, terrorist watch list contained records of approximately 1.1 million persons, the overwhelming majority of whom were foreigners. Of that number, according to the government documents I reviewed, under 6,000, roughly half of the 1% were were U.S. persons defined both as American citizens and permanent resident. This is what it was before 4547 took office, is what he's saying. A well connected, intelligent official tells me. Now, if you don't know, Ken Klippenstein is where I got the story months before they struck Iran that they had, what is it? Those B-52 bombers over there flying close to Iran and doing refueling missions and all of this type of stuff. And our military said, oh no, we're just teaching them to refuel in the air and this, that, and the other. And then the next thing you know, we were striking Iran with these same B-52 bombers. This is where I got the story from. And he got the information from well-placed, intelligent officials. So I'm not saying you should believe him, but I'm saying a lot of his connections seem to be quite solid. That's all I'm saying. A well-connected intelligence official tells me that most are Muslims suspected of dire or intent to commit a lone wolf attack. The idea of a domestic watch list made up solely of radicals without foreign connections, left or right wing, is basically wrong, the intelligence official said. He explained that many individuals might be the subject of special investigation relating to violations of law. And there are a number of mechanisms by which the government keeps tabs on both of them to discover indicators of violence. You remember they used to have this social and social. They used to have a social study example of what type of bone structure would commit crimes, and all of the time the bone structure were of African descent. Indicators. Those indicators. If you don't know your history, that's why they're trying to wipe out your history. See, those were indicators. African American features in your bone structure were indicators. If you didn't know, now you do. Okay. Where am I? The idea of domestic watch made up of solely radicals without foreign connection, left or right wing, is basically wrong, the intelligence official said. He explained that many individuals might be the subject of special investigations relating to violation of law, and there are a number of mechanisms by which the government keeps tabs on them to discover indicators of violence and foreign connection. But up until 45-47, a watch list for Americans has never really gotten much traction. Is Ken Klippenstein or any other American descent on the watch list? The official asks rhetorically, no. And there really is no legal way for such a person to even be surveilled, let alone watch list, without legal precedent. That is without evidence, and that the person has committed or is about to commit a crime. You think that You might think that about to commit is a loophole, but up until NSPM 7, it wasn't, the intelligence official said. He went on to explain that a combination of post Watergate reforms, congressional actions after mass surveillance, and Snowden's revelation, and the FBI own rules had created a web of limits. Not until now, he said. Unfortunately, the official continued changes made under President Obama and Biden paved the way for 45-47 expansion. First was the addition of transnational organized crime to the watch list, and second was the affirmation that the terrorist watch list wasn't just about terrorists anymore, at least not terrorists as defined by Al Qaeda or ISIS, the official said. Then Then, in the final weeks of the first 45-47 administration in 2011, the FBI quietly changed the name of the Terrorist Screening Center to the Threat Screening Center to formalize the expanding mission. But when Biden came into office just days later, the Bureau quietly changed the name back. This back and forth was never reported. Then in March of this year, 45-47 administration announced with little fanfare that the Terrorist Screening Center would again change its name to the Threat Screening Center. The reason the administration said was that threats had evolved beyond familiar terrorist organization to encompass a broader range of national security threats, not further explained. As national security threats continue to evolve, the TSC has expanded beyond terrorism watch listing and screening to address other national security threats, the announcement said. With the expanding and growing threats, we are reflecting with the expanding and growing threats, we are reflecting that in our name. The name change is a signal to American people that the TSC is a powerful tool that can be used to fight all national security threats. We are expanding the watch list. FBI Director Kakai Patel added to the announcement. The change will assist our law enforcement and intelligence community partners as well as we all work together towards the goal of crushing violent crime within our borders. In May, in a rare public reference to the center, Patel announced that he had spent the weekend there, and that beefing it up. The center Wait a minute. He had spent the weekend there, and that beefing it up. The center, one of the first things he did after becoming FBI director. One of the first things we did when I was sworn in as director was to strengthen the TSC focus on border security in addition to growing threats abroad, Patel said on X. Our team has done tremendous work in this area, including in Patel post with photos of him at the center alongside his then director Michael Glashing. There you are. Within days, Glashing was reassigned and a new head of the Threat Screening Center uh, was appointed. The new director, I'm told, is the FBI former Deputy Assistant Director Steve McQueen, a longtime counterterrorism hand. Asked for comments about the name of the director, the budget, and the number of people working there, the FBI declined to comment, citing the government shutdown. Hold on. Citing the government shutdown. This despite the fact that the FBI is completely exempt from the shutdown, according to the Justice Department. But they can't give you any information. Uh, Table 2, the 2026 Department of Justice Contingency Plan on board versus exempt employees. They have the same number of employees, total on board and total now. So there's that. During a current lapse in appropriation, FBI operations are directed towards national security, violations of federal law, and essential public safety functions, the Bureau told me. Okay. No, what about border security? You guys are FBI have been taken off of all of their counterterrorism task force, and they are actually doing a lot of counterterrorism as it pertains to other nations, terrorism of other nations interfering or plotting against the United States because they're too busy trying to uh, look and see what people on the left in ways that they can say that protective rights in the United States can be labeled as counterterrorism. Why would they be doing all of this? Now, why is any of this happening? As this economy and jobs have gone in the gutter. Why are they doing this when more people are losing their houses? More people are behind on their credit cards. More people are behind on their car notes. More people are behind on their rents. This economy is fucked up, and there are farmers are losing their farms. Why are they doing this? To say that they are looking at left as terrorists, because there's a election coming up in 2026. Why do you think that they want the military on the streets when there's an election coming up in 2026? Say, for instance, they canceled this 2026 election. What do you think will happen? Do you think that people will be upset? Do you think people will protest that? What do you think will happen if they send the military to your your polling places? Do you think that some people would? Well, we know a whole lot of dumb people don't get up and vote anyway, but with so many people being affected by 45, 47 policies, he even have his own base uh, upset with him. So, what can he do to counter his base? We have seen so many small elections being in red states that have turned blue. All of these. All of these small elections that have been going on in these red states that Democrats have won. How can you stop a whole? How can you stop the midterm elections into doing the same thing? You can intimidate voters. That's what you can do. Do you think having the military out on the streets would intimidate some voters? Why is it that the Department of Justice wanted all the information about all voters, including their name, social security numbers, all of this stuff? Now, I do know that South Carolina told them that they are not giving them this information. But why do they want it in the first place? Isn't voters and how the votes are counted up to the states? Yes, it is. Why did 45, 47 say that he wanted to devise a different way to ensure that the votes were counted? That's not a federal job. Those are state. That is deemed by the states how they count their votes. Why did 45, 47 come out and say that mail-in ballots are bogus, are frauds? And he wanted to get rid of all mail-in ballots. Having mail-in ballots or not is not a federal position to have and to hold, because all of that is up to the states. So, a question I have been asking for quite a long time. Do you even think that there is going to be a midterm election? Do you think that someone who is building a ballroom that is not scheduled to be completed by the end of his term, or if it is completed, it will be at the end of his term? Do you think that that person is planning to leave the White House and not be able to enjoy his ballroom? I'm just asking. I'm just asking. Here we go to the Charlie Kirk of it all. Shortly after the murder of Charlie Kirk, Patel testified to Congress that he had overseen a 300% increase in domestic terrorism investigations. A large chunk of that increase, he said, is comprised of cases under the new designated nihilistic violent extreme, a broad character, a broad category that the administration plans to use to go after perceived adversaries, and I've reported. I'm sorry. At the Oval Office signing of NSP M7, 4547 Homeland Security advisors. Now, he's not a Homeland Security advisor. Maybe he is. I don't know. Stephen Miller made it clear that the target of the directive and national security apparatus is directing was the political left. This is the first time in America's history there is an all of government effort to dismantle left wing terrorism. This is a quote of, I guess that's a Stephen Miller quote. This is the first time in Americans' history, and this is the first time in American history that there is an all of government effort to dismantle left wing terrorism. Over the past several days, Miller has gone even further, labeling everything from shootings lacking any clear partisan motive to attempts to physically obstruct ICE as terrorism. There's a large and growing movement of left wing terrorism in this country, Miller said this weekend. The only remedy is to use legislative state power to dismantle terrorism and terrorist network. Doing that is a logistical feat with the threat of screening centers and playing a central role. It might not be immediate. How the FBI creates the protocols and rules to create a whole new category of people to watch this, the intelligence official told me. But the Joint Terrorism Task Force take up the charge at the local level. They will look to the TSC to internally organize and administer the new category of threats, even as the administration continue to misuse the term terrorism. So let me see. There was something. Let me see. I'm going to check this out. There's another FBI readies new war on trans people. Did you know that? The 4547 administration is preparing to designate transgender people as violent extremists in the wake of Charlie Kirk's murder, two national security officials tell me. All of this, they're using Charlie Kirk for all of this. All of this. So Big Balls got the National Guards in the street. Now, they're using Charlie Kirk's death. Well, maybe that's why Charlie Kirk's was everyone's good friend, our friend, my friend. He was the Stephen Miller's friend. He was J.D. Vance's friend. He was 4547's friend. He was everyone's friend. And everyone has the last thing he said to me was to do this. And I remember my last conversation, and they're justifying all of this. We have no way of knowing if these people ever had a one-on-one conversation at all. But they are justifying all of this behind the death of Charlie Kirk, who got shot, allegedly got shot by this guy who was raised by Mormon people and who all family was MAGA. And it's the left fault. It's transgenders' fault. Okay. We're looking at the entire spider web for any of these attack FBI director Kakai Patel told the House Judiciary on Wednesday when asked about shootings by trans individuals. They, Attorney General Pam Bondi said after the Kirk murder, are putting this crazy ideology in our school, echoing the growing view of many 45-47's inner circle that a cult of gender ideology is behind the explosion of violence by some as yet identified radical left. 2 days before Kirk was killed, Donald 45-47, hold on, condemned transgender insanity. Hold on. I'm sorry. I had to take a drink. 2 days before Kirk was killed, Donald Trump condemned transgender insanity. There is there in an interview about the shooting, he blamed the radicals on the side of the left, saying they want transgender for everyone. But didn't I just do? I wish I could. I wish I could pull up the data. Didn't I just do a story about somebody leaving the Republican race who was a MAGA person who, because it came out that he was responding to uh, a non-binary or trans people or something to that effect? It isn't it the people on the right who are always having to pull out of their elections because they have been caught with people of the same sex and something that they have publicly denounced? Okay. They are cynically targeting trans people because the shooter's lover was trans. One senior intelligence official tells me the administration has convinced itself that Charlie Kirk's murder exposes some dark conspiracies. The senior official explained that there is no process per se for dealing with trans people as a threat group, but feels that trans individual will be increasingly targeted under the banner of violent extremism. Un- so are they trying to set up trans people to be targeted if they put them under the banner of violence extremists? Is this the play? Under the plan being discussed, the FBI would treat transgender suspects as a subset of the Bureau's new threat category, nihilistic violent extremism, NVEs. Okay, so understand that anytime transgender people are suspected, accused, or suspected of about or to commit a crime, they are called the NVEs. The Trump administration first created the NVEs designation earlier this year to replace the Biden era a label of anti-authority and anti-government violent extremism created to categorize January 6 rioters and other right-wing groups. So he changed the whole meaning of the actual violence that we are actually aware of, that we actually have data on, that the Department of Justice deleted from its whole page to be to conveniently replace it with something that's targeting transgender people, because we know how the cat call, the dog whistle of transgender was all throughout this election when transgender people make up a tiny, I think it's 0.1% of the United States population. Make this make sense. The new classification sources says give 4547's officials political and media cover. Okay. Rather than directly naming transgender people as some enemy, the White House has preferred euphemism like gender ideology extremism. There you go. Let me drop uh, this link in the chat. You can continue reading it. I suggest that you go over and check out uh, Ken Klippenstein's Substack. Very, very informative. Now, let me move on to the other things that I wanted to talk about today. I don't know. You guys remember that Qatar uh, bought Hamas and Israel over to Qatar to, basically get a peace agreement between Israel and Hamas. And then what did Israel do? It bombed Qatar. Now, and then Qatar said that it was not going to ever have anything else to do with these Israel negotiation because they actually bombed in the the sovereign state of Qatar, trying to where not just in the state, they bombed actually where they were having the meeting. And 4547 said that, Steve Witkoff was running like Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible, trying to tell the people that, hey, Israel is about to strike and all of this bullshit. And Qatar said that they will never do any more mediation between Israel and Hamas because Israel has struck them. Now, 4547 then was talking to Qatar and said that, well, Benjamin Netanyahu is very, very sorry for striking you and it will never happen again and all of this. I think he even had Netanyahu on the phone. Don't quote me. But I know that Netanyahu then turned around and apologized to Qatar. None of this bullshit makes sense. And uh, make make less sense when I tell you this. Let me share this with you. Let me share this with you. Now, the United States has a large base in Qatar. If you are not aware, excuse that. Hold on. If you're not aware, the United States has a large military, the largest military base that the United States has in the Middle East is in Qatar. Now, uh, Marco Rubio ran in and wrote 4547 a big note that, I think that we actually have a peace deal between Hamas and Israel. Now, Hamas had already agreed to a deal prior to them going to hammer out all the finer details, and Israel struck Qatar. If you are unaware, Hamas had already agreed to a deal. Now, they were going to hammer it out Israel struck them. I'm never fucking with Israel and Hamas peace agreements again. Qatar said, and now there's another peace deal. Now that's what they're saying. They're saying that this is a peace deal, but when they when they went to the Muslim nations and said what the peace deal, these Arab countries feel that there is no peace deal to be had without a two-state solution, but and that there are Israel will have to withdraw from Palestine and all of these other things. Now, in this peace deal agreement, 45, 47, and what is the other prime minister of? Who was the former prime minister of England? What is his name? I forget his name. They are going to be in charge of overseeing. They are going to be like the overseers of what goes on in Palestine. They don't say for how long, for a number of years. What is his name? You guys know his name. Oh my God, what is his name? And that is not an ideal situation. They will have to approve who the Palestinians have as their leader and all of this. All the while, 45, 47 will be able to build up his Gotti Gaza in Trump fashion. Then all of a sudden, they tell the Arabs states one thing, but they don't tell them everything. And then Benjamin Netanyahu comes out and say that Palestinian will never have a state. So they were wondering if this negotiation that they're saying has gone through would even go through, because the Arab nations were told one thing, and Netanyahu came right out behind 45, 47 and said the total opposite. So if they have a peace agreement, whatever, wait on it. There's no, in my opinion, there's no peace agreement. In my opinion, there was a they were not supposed to be striking in Palestine. They were on a ceasefire, and when they stopped ceasing fire, nothing happened. But now, all of a sudden, P. Hegseth announces that Qatar will build a Air Force facility at the U.S. base in Idaho. You know, there's a three-word quid pro quo. What is going on? What the fuck? How is Qatar, who gave 45, 47 a whole 7 of 47 against the Emoluments Act of the United States? And now, all of a sudden, Washington Defense Secretary Pete Kegbreath on Friday announced a finalized agreement that will allow the Qatari Emiri Air Force to build a facility at the Mountain Home Air Force Base in Idaho. If you don't know now, you know. The agreement, which Hegseth announced alongside Qatari Minister of Defense Sheikh something. I don't know his name. Al-Tari at the Pentagon will allow Qatari pilots to receive training alongside U.S. soldiers. There are no foreign military bases in the U.S., but some of the foreign militaries do maintain a presence for training. America first. The Singaporean Air Force also has a presence at the Mountain House home base. Hegseth said he is proud that today we're signing a letter of acceptance to build a Qatari Emory Air Force facility at the Mountain Home Base in Idaho. America first. The location will host a contingent of Qatari F-15 and pilots to enhance our combined training. Uh, Okay, America first. America are the best. We are the best. We are the strongest. And he, I am going to. I am going to put a warrior ethos back into the Defense Department, and I am going to do America first. The location will host a contingent of Qatari F-15s and pilots to enhance our combined training, increase lethality, uh in, intro per intro purpose, what is it, intro purpability. It's just another example of our partnership, Hexef. What is this what is this? What exactly is that? Let me see what this is. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Let me see exactly what he's talking about. I don't know what I need to know. Hold on 1 second. Refers to the ability of different IT system applications or devices to exchange data and share functionality seamlessly with minimal user intervention. It encompasses various types, including synthetic probability, which allows systems to communicate and cross domain in intro intro interoperability, which enables collaboration across multiple organizations. Okay, so that's what it means. Plays a crucial role in sectors such. Okay, hold on. A characteristic of a product or system that work with each other product system. So they just gonna be working together. All of that to say that they are going to be working together. Let me get back to this. This is just another example of our partnership, Hicks have said, and I hope you know, Your Excellency, that you can count on us. America first. If y'all didn't know, now you know. The move is another demonstration of 45-47 administration increasingly close relationship with Qatar. At so they're going to have a whole Air Force base in Idaho, but they are investigating people on the left if they say something wrong, or that they feel that they say something wrong about capitalism or Christianity, American citizens. Let that make sense. 45-47 signed an executive order last month assuring the security of the state of Qatar following Israel's decision to carry out military strikes in Qatar, capital of Doha, where the vast majority of Qataris live. The United States shall regard any armed attack on the territory, sovereignty, or critical infrastructure of the state of Qatar as a threat to the peace and security of the United States, the executive order reads. So, since Israel struck Qatar, now the America First president is allowing Qatar to have an air base in Idaho because Israel struck Qatar. The America First president is letting Qatar have an Air Force base in Idaho. America first. Okay. As they are determining what American citizen on the left may be thinking about committing a crime and therefore label them terrorists. Make that make sense. If you didn't know, now you know. Okay. No comment. Okay. So that link is also in the description box. If you don't know, now you know. Okay. So let me get also into this. Mm, mm, mm. Okay. So now Hexf, in 45-47, made their, their promises and pledges to Qatar, all while Hexf is doing this in the Defense Department, all while this is happening.
Report from the Washington Post this week, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth has launched more than 300 investigations into members of the military, personnel at the Pentagon, defense contractors, all sorts of people that fall under his department.
Now we've heard about Hegseth doing lie detector tests on multiple people in his own Pentagon. In his own Pentagon, what the fuck you think he's going to allow to be done to you? As they let Qatar have a Air Force base in the United States. Okay, let's continue.
Because they criticized or mocked Charlie Kirk following his death. And there have been several, minor disciplinary actions. But the Pentagon is using time and resources, our tax dollars, to scroll through the social media of government contractors, people working in the Pentagon, service members, active duty service members, to make sure that none of them mocked Charlie Kirk, a guy who was not a member of the military ever at any point. The military doesn't owe Charlie Kirk anything, but more importantly, the Constitution gives all of these individuals the right to say what they want to say about who they want to say it about, so long as it's not slander, libel, or defamation. They have that right. Whether you like what they say or not is irrelevant to the law. But here we have a government organization. So yes, this is a First Amendment issue. The government telling people, I'm going to punish you for what you say about a guy who never served in the military, wasn't a politician, he was just a right-wing activist. We have hit a whole new level here in America, folks. We do not have freedom of speech anymore. I mean, hell, Trump bragged this week on camera. I ended freedom of speech, he said, plainly, clearly, excitedly. And he was technically referring to flag burning, but he's gone so much further than that.
Now, I've been hearing a lot of people say that he said that he ended freedom of speech pertaining to flag burning. He had no choice. He said that he did an executive order that if you burned a flag, you I think he said you can be arrested for burning a flag. And then he was told that flag burning is considered protective speech. So he came out yesterday and he said, well, I took the freedom of speech away from that flag thing. And now if people burn a flag, it's going to be considered terrorism. terrorism punishable by 1 year in jail. So he tried to say that it was his decision to say that burning a flag is no longer free speech. He does not have the option to say that burning a flag is not free speech, because burning a flag is protective speech. It is protected. He don't have the option to take it away. He wants you to believe that he took burning the flag away from free speech. What he did was he determined that he is going to call anyone who burns of the American flag a terrorist. That's what he did. So he tried to play slick, like he has the authority to take burning a flag away out of free speech. But that is what he said.
And here's what the Pentagon had to say about why they're able to punish people for mocking Charlie Kirk. It's a violation of the oath, it's conduct unbecoming, and it's a betrayal of Americans they've sworn to protect and dangerously incompatible with military service, said Pentagon spokesman Sean Parnell. No, it's actually none of those things.
Well, wouldn't the same apply to people who didn't vote for this administration, who speaks out against this administration, who this big administration is actually targeting with the military because they are using their constitutional rights to protest this administration? Wouldn't all of that apply to the military, who is supposed to protect these people and their constitutional rights? Then, Hexef, make it make sense. This is what's going on in your government today. You're being targeted. We're being targeted by our government if we use our constitutional rights.
It is in no way a violation of the oath that military service members take. That's not at all a violation of the oath. Conduct unbecoming, that's subjective. Just because you don't like somebody's humor, or their, dark humor, I guess, that's not conduct unbecoming, and it's not a betrayal of any Americans.
What's betrayal of Americans is sicking the military on the American. See, the military took a vow to the Constitution. And to turn the military who took a vow to uphold the Constitution and then sick them on American people who are within their rights within that same Constitution is unconstitutional.
It's absolutely not. I mean, let me ask you this. When Pete Hegseth was still a host on Fox News a year ago, and he was mocking Paul Pelosi for almost being killed by that psychotic intruder with a hammer, was that conduct unbecoming? Was that a betrayal of Americans when Pete Hegseth did that? Because he did. I don't recall anyone at Biden's Pentagon saying, we're going to punish you. We're going to, strip you of your service. We're going to make sure you never get back. None of that ever happened, did it? No. A little weird how that double standard exists, right? I mean, when Donald Trump mocks people, when he was silent, when he refused to call the governor of Minnesota after a lawmaker and her husband were gunned down just a couple months ago, was that conduct unbecoming for the commander-in-chief of the armed forces? Just asking, because if we're going to hold some people to a standard, we need to hold everybody else to the same standard. But the military doesn't care about holding anybody to standards. What they want is to purge anybody that doesn't fall in line with the MAGA belief system. That's what this is. If you're mocking Charlie Kirk, pretty safe to say you're not a MAGA person. So this is an easy way for the military, for Pete Hegseth, to find all the non-MAGA people and get them out. That's what this is. Now, that doesn't change the fact that obviously this is an egregious violation of our freedom of speech, but that's the ulterior motive. It's not because he wants to protect the legacy of Charlie Kirk, which most people have already forgotten about. It's because he's looking for the non-MAGA people to kick him out, and this is the easiest way to do that.
Thanks for.
Okay. Just in case you didn't know, what your Department of War has enough time to wage war about. I just wanted you to be aware of that. Let me. Now this NSPM7 says something about concentrating on race. Uh, I wonder, will these people be affected? What do you think? Let me make sure the sound is on. Here we go. MAGA pastor calls for executing rebellious black youth, citing death by stoning in the Old Testament. Have you guys heard about this? Do you guys know about this? A Utah pastor, Brian Suave, has stirred a major controversy after saying rebellious black youth men should be executed under the Old Testament law. On his podcast, he cited Deuteronomy 21, which calls for strong, disobedient sons, and tied it into modern crime, what he called ghetto culture. The video got swift backlash online, with folks saying that he's twisting religion to justify violence instead of preaching forgiveness. Now, this is a Christian nationalist. If you didn't watch my last video, you will hear Russell Vogt say that the one of the co-founders of Project 2025, who worked for 4547 in his first administration and in this administration, and I showed you him being caught on a undercover video. He said that he wanted to this nation should be brought into a Christian nationalist nation. And Russell Vogt is running the show on a whole these different agencies that have been shut down. And Russell Vogt is also the one who threatened to take away more jobs in more. He called it bureaucracy. He said he want people who work in the bureaucracy to suffer. You know, these black women who were and black men and women who were able to live a excuse me, hold on. Who lived a middle class life by going to work, you know, pulling themselves, hey, the 185, who pulled themselves up by their bootstraps. You know, these people who they made sure that they went through government agencies and fired them. So these black educated men and women, or not educated, or people who devoted years, 20, 30 years working in these administrations, proving themselves in these administrations, getting promotion in these administrations, running these administrations well, you know, those people. So here you have now Russell Vogt was the one who said that he wanted to cause pain for these people. Well, do you wonder why? Do you wonder why, with over 300,000 black women losing their jobs under these Elon Musk purges and these government shutdowns of agency? Do you wonder where it's over 300,000? See, I understand that people sit in the clouds and try to take the facts that I'm telling you and act as if they know any of this information independently of my reporting. I understand that people want to go out and quote me, but quote me correctly. Since you want to hide in the clouds and quote me, when you want to pretend as if you are engaged in civil society, quote me correctly. Okay, so now Russell Vogt, he was caught on camera saying that this should be a Christian nation. You saw all of the stuff in that what is it? PSM 17. What is it? No, it wasn't PSM. NSPM 7, talking about Christian values. Understand these Christian values is what Russell Vogt, who is over a big section of Project 2025, and who is in our government over the Office of Management and Budget, the OMB person. I played a clip of Russell Vogt the last time I went live, talking at some Christian, some little Christian coalition that they had, saying all of this bullshit about how this nation was founded on Christian values. I thought this nation was trying to get from under the rule of a king who was saying what values, what religious values. I thought that this nation was founded under religious freedoms. But this is a Christian nationalist. My whole point is, you got it from the top down, from the Project 25 co-author down, that this should be a Christian nationalist nation. These Christian nationalists are the ones who are building white only communities, buying up land and co-opting them and going through your actual ancestry to make sure that you don't have any or too much blood of a other race in you to co-opt into this land, subverting fair housing laws. But they don't have. These are Christian nationalists who are doing this. But 4547 has in it, if you're too, I forget how it was placed. If you are too concentrated on race, let me see. Well, hold on. If you concentrate on race too much, then you are a problem. So hold on. What did it say about race in this NSP 17? If you are extreme on race, that's what it is. Individuals and entities whom NSPM7 says can be identified by any of the following indicators of violence. Extreme on race is one of these indicators of violence. So do you think that they are going to say anything to these Christian nationalists that Russell Vogt says that the United States should be founded in under Project 2025? Let's hear this.
The actual number of blacks who are committing murder is more than whites. Right. And whites are significantly greater.
60% compared to 13% of
Percentage
the
of the population, yeah.
So if you take that, and then you took a law like Deuteronomy 21, which is a just law that God enacted through Moses. The law was that if you had a rebellious son, you have a child they're coming up into their manhood and they're rebellious, they don't listen. He lists some characteristics and even though they're disciplined, they will not turn. He says the fathers to bring them out into the town square. This is a rebellious son, and then they stone him to death. They kill him.
And an armed robber would certainly be one of those.
Oh, absolutely. Armed robber, all the ghetto
violent
culture.
crimes.
Basically, take ghetto culture, it would describe this to a T. If you did that over 3 generations, how much violent crime would you have in the 3rd and 4th generation? Much, much less.
The actual number of blacks who are committing murder is more than
whites.
Right. And whites are significantly greater.
60% compared to 13% of
Percentage
the
of the population, yeah.
So if you take that, and then you took a law like Deuteronomy 21, which is a just law that God enacted through Moses. The law was that if you had a rebellious son, you have a child they're coming up into their manhood and they're rebellious, they don't listen. He lists some characteristics and even though they're disciplined, they will not turn.
Okay. So we are going to ignore all the white on white crime. Surely, hold on 1 second. Surely we are going to forget all the white on white SA crime. Let me give you some statistics. Okay, let's get into this. I want to give statistics. Okay, let me share this with you. We are not talking enough about white on white crime.
It's time this country does something about this white on white crime wave that's gripping America. And I'll give you 3 things about it. Thing number 1, the receipts are in the numbers. The moment the Charlie Kirk news broke, anyone who knows America's history of violence had the same thought. According to the FBI and the Justice Department, 81% of violent crimes committed against white people are committed by white people. And according to the Rockefeller School of Government, 55% of mass shooters are white. That is a criminal profile we are not paying close enough attention to. Thing number 2, the media lies to you for profit. Corporate outlets like CNN and Fox News rake in billions, fueling imaginary fears. The dark hooded immigrant, the gun-toting black gang member. This keeps white America terrified so that they can sell you gold coins, laundry detergent, and survival kits. But here's the truth. The Cato Institute found that undocumented immigrants are 26 times less likely than native-born Americans to be convicted of violent crimes like homicide. The fear they sell you isn't just unfounded, it's a con designed to keep you scared and spending. Thing number 3, white folk, the call is coming from inside the house. The overwhelming majority points to one conclusion, that white people are most at risk from other white people. The shooters in school, the domestic terrorists, the suburban mass killer, they don't look like the caricatures the media is peddling. They look like your classmates, your coworkers, your neighbors. Until America is ready to confront that reality, we'll keep watching tragedies mount while we're blaming the wrong people. This isn't about immigration. This isn't about the inner cities. There is no trans agenda. The real crime wave in America is white on white crime, and ignoring it has deadly consequences. But what do you think? Drop your thoughts in the comments, like, follow, and share. Click the link in my bio and catch me on YouTube.
Hold on 1 second. Okay, so let me see. Let me see. There is one more thing I want to share with you. think it's right here. Here we are. Hold on. Here we go. Let's go right here. It's not like they don't understand the facts. They are bastardizing, as someone I recall, the actual facts. So let me share this with you as well.
Making up 13% of the population, Black people commit more than 50% of crimes. Number one, shut up. Number two, the statistic is racist. And number three, I'm going to explain why to other white people who are stupid to not understand what this means. Number one, Black communities are heavily over-policed, meaning they are more likely to be targeted by police officers than people who are, say, white. The second reason, white people have more connections to police officers around the country, meaning that if they are arrested, it's easier for them to get off and have nothing on their record. The third reason is that if you don't know this, the CIA actually did introduce drugs to low-income Black areas. Not to mention, the first police department in America was designed to be a, quote, slave patrol to bring an enslaved person back to that plantation. So if you have any critical thinking skills at all, you would understand it's not that Black people commit more crimes, it is that they are arrested, prosecuted, and treated inhumanely to the point that they are vastly overrepresented in our prison system.
So as you saw and heard, there's a white woman basically breaking on down to the nitty gritty as to why we are overly represented in regards to crime statistics. She basically said it's racist. And of course, y'all heard her talk about certain things. And I love how she...
Okay, so it's not like they don't know what we know. These are the facts. These are the absolute facts. So let me get into some other things that I wanted to cover on today. Let me see. Here, I want to share this with you about these pastors and this Christian right agenda. Right wing watch. Brian Suave calls for rebellious young Black men to be killed by the state. Brian Suave and Eric Kahn, that is the perfect name for him, Kahn, two far right Christian nationalist pastor at Refuge Church in Utah, dedicated a recent episode of their King's Hall podcast to discussing the murder of Irika Zatuska. I don't know who that is. Oh, the lady who was killed by the Black schizophrenic male, a Ukrainian refugee who was brutally killed by a mentally ill Black man while riding a metro train in Charlotte, North Carolina earlier this year. I wonder. Whatever. I don't know. I don't wonder. I already know. During the program, Suave and Khan, who were both aligned with the racist Christian nationalist pastor Joe Webon. Let me see what I. Let me see. Now, Joel Webon has a message for Black people regarding America's history of oppression. It's your fault. Joel Webon, a racist, anti-Semitic, and deeply misogynistic Christian nationalist, Texas-based pastor, used a recent episode of his Right Response Ministry podcast to tell Black people to stop whining about oppression they have suffered through throughout American history. Cut it out, Webon said. You need to grow up. Stop throwing a fit. You're throwing a tantrum. Stop being a little boy. You're whining and crying about something that is ultimately your fault. Stop blaming it on other people. It's your fault. It's like, whoa, slavery. The richest black people on God's green earth are African Americans. If slavery never happened, then you would be in a grass hut, he continued. Well, we need reparations. Your reparations are that you get to live in America. You're welcome. The greatest moment in history for any brown or black country in this moment that the white man's ships arrive on your shore, Wellborn declared. It seems like that was the saving grace for you white people, that your ships landed on our shores. That seemed to be your saving grace, because you sure wasn't thriving in America. The fucking absolute. Okay. Warburn declared that he brings the gospel of Jesus. He wait a minute. He brings the gospel of Jesus. He catches. I don't know what that means. You to your children. He brings exports, and he brings hospital medicine, life expansion increasing, GDP resources increases, medicine increases, and most importantly, you get taught the gospel of Jesus Christ, that you can live longer on earth, and then you go to heaven instead of hell. Webon said that while white people have certainly committed sins, they did so while worshiping Jesus, whereas so you committed sins while worshiping Jesus. Make that make sense. This is the white nationalist community. While the white man may have certainly committed sins, they did so while worshiping Jesus, whereas much of the rest of the world has been worshiping demons. But who has the rest of the world put in bondage and counted them at not as human beings but as animals? Was it the rest of the world, or was it just the white man? Was it just the white man? They always want to talk about, the black men were not the only people who were enslaved. Were the black men the only people who were treated as if they were not human? 5/6 of a man, or whatever. What is it? 5/8 of a man. Was it only black people who they tried to take actual humanity away from? And who did that? Was it any other of these nations who had slaves? No, it was white men. Okay. European people have been building cathedrals. Non-European people have been building grass hut. Webbound asserted. Okay, so if the only thing that the Africans were creating was grass huts, why did you figure that people living in grass hut could actually fortify your land? You didn't know how to fucking fortify your own land. Y'all went over there to Africa and saw what black people could do. That's what you did. You went over there and you saw what black people were able to do, and you brought them back to America to do the same for America under slave labor. See, these motherfuckers, if they do believe that Africans were just living in grass huts, they are stupid and were able to build America. They're stupid. No, they went to certain regions to get certain type of slave that had certain skills in agriculture. Let's keep it a buck. They saw the riches in Africa. See, because what I find strange about all of this, that even while black people in Africa at that time had slaves, they weren't it wasn't like the chattel slavery of the white man. It was more the indentured servant type of thing that they called slavery. They were not in chains. They were I don't know if they were whipped or anything like that, but they didn't try to take their humanity away from them. They didn't treat them as if they were animals, as if they if one died, if one got sick, they didn't have to treat them as humans, like they were expendable. I can just buy another one anyway. So this is what Europeans have been building a cathedral. And for those who are non-European descent but live in the Western world, you are a exceedingly blessed. Okay. And the response shouldn't be to let's push back against wokeness and just say nobody talked about race. No, the response should be stop whining and stop throwing a fit. Get it together. God has blessed you, and He has blessed you in a large part through white people. So stop doing it. And also, of and also, as for you and your house, do your part to change the FBI crime statistic and stop killing people. This video may include disinformation or dehumanizing, discriminatory. Let me see. This video may include disinformation or dehumanizing and discriminatory rhetoric. Right Wing Watch exposes bigotry and extremism to disrupt authoritarian political forces and defend democracy.
Hey, cut it out. You need to grow up. Stop throwing a fit. You're throwing a tantrum. Stop being a little boy. You're whining and crying about something that's ultimately your fault.
Yeah.
Stop blaming it on other people. It's your fault. Because here's the deal. It's like, what was slavery? The richest black people on God's green earth are African Americans. If slavery never happened, then you would be in a grass hut.
Yeah.
Right? Well, we need reparations. Your reparations are that you get to live in America. You're welcome. You're welcome.
You get to have the Christian religion.
That's
live
right.
better than your ancestors.
The greatest moment in history for any brown or black country is the moment that the white man's ships arrive on your shore. Because he brings the gospel of Jesus Christ. He catechizes you and your children. He brings exports. He brings hospitals, medicine, life expansion increases, GDP and resources increase, medicine increases, and most importantly, you get taught the gospel of Jesus Christ so that you can live longer on earth and then go to heaven instead of hell. That's historically what has happened. That doesn't mean white people haven't sinned. That doesn't mean that they did it all right, that there weren't abusive slave masters, that there weren't that's not to absolve white people of sin. But I'm saying on the big picture, to say, well, black people are victims, black people are oppressed, and white people owe us something, and it's all your fault. That's insane. That's absolutely insane. And here's the deal. I think getting to the question from Starch Manning is a lot of the pushback that eventually conservatives finally mustered enough courage to say is, well, hey, look, can we just agree to a truce and let's just we just won't talk about race at all.
Right.
There
was mistakes on both sides.
There were mistakes on both sides. Mistakes on both sides. No.
I apologize for that. Okay, so what I was saying is, this guy has the absolute gall to say that the richest black people living on Earth live in America. No, they live in Africa. The richest black people live on the continent of Africa. That is where the richest black people by far live, in Africa. Also, the actual audacity of him saying that we should just accept that we learn things and from being enslaved, and we should go on and just be grateful for the things that we learned. We didn't learn these things. We brought these things with us. See, this attitude like slaves were taught things. No, slave brought their skills to the United States. The thing that they are trying to get you to be grateful that you were the slave, that something was instilled in you. If you were useless to them, they wouldn't have brought you over here as a slave in the first place. All of this, you should just get over it. Did the Jewish people get over it? Did the United States, uh, 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 was the United States the ones who put the Jewish people in concentration camps? While you want to say who is the richest blacks in the United States, do the Jewish people have more in the United States than the black people? Why is that? Were the Jewish people given reparations after what they were put through? Were they put through it by the United States citizens? Also, did the Jewish people get freed from the United States and are more prosperous than the black people in the United States? Talk about this. Are these more prosperous? These people have more money in the United States than the people who built this country. I don't have anything against Jewish people. I have something against this bullshit that this man is talking. I don't know nothing about Jewish people. I don't know nothing about Judaism. I just know what history has taught me, what was done to people because of their race and religion. And this man is trying to use religion to tell us that we should be grateful, to be subjugated to farm animals. The audacity. Okay, under his preferred form of Christian nationalist theocracy, Wellborn wants to see the Apostle Creed added to the Constitution, abortion, pornography, no-fault divorce, in vitro fertilization, and birth control outlawed. Non-Christians kept out of his neighborhood and out of public office. Catholics regulated to a second class citizenship. Immigration immigrants shot for trying to enter the country. Adulterers put to death. Women banned from voting and publicly executed for making false claims of sexual assault. The government used to absolutely terrorize his political enemies. Does any of this sound familiar? Well, it should. In 2013, Wellborn was among the contributors to a document called The Statement on Christian Nationalism and the Gospel, drafted by Christian nationalists like Oklahoma State Senator Dusty Devers, former Trump administration official William Wolf, and others. The document declared that the United States must formally acknowledge the leadership of Christ in all its laws, abolish abortion, outlaw marriage equity, and recapture our national sovereignty from godless global entities who present a grave threat to civilization. Wolf is a close associate of the OMB director Russ Vought. Why when we tighten this circle, why when we pay attention to this circle. I didn't even know this was in here. I just clicked on this link. I clicked on this link off of the last link that I wanted to show you where they were talking about stoning black children. And in before I talked about that, I talked about who? The OMB director, Russ Vought, who felt that this should be a Christian nation. And when talked to in secrecy, he talked about this should be a Christian nationalist nation. And now you saw in that what is it? PS whatever it was M7. What is it? NSPM7. They talked about this being a Christian nation based on Christian traditional Christian values and all of this. You should be very afraid. Okay. Let me see what the statement on Christian nationalism and the gospel is all about. Christian nationalism is a set of governing principles rooted in Scripture, teaching that Christ rules as supreme Lord and King of all creation, who has ordained civil magistrate with the delegated authority to be under him over the people to order. And wait a minute, hold on. Let me enlarge this. Okay. Over the people to order their ordained jurisdiction by punishing evil and promoting good for his own glory and the common good of the nation. A whole lot of scriptures right here. Introduction. Setting forth is a vision for working towards a nation that honors Christ in its civil government. In its civil government is obedience to Christ's great commission, in which he commands his followers, empowered by his everlasting presence, to make disciples of all nations and to baptize them and teach them to obey all that I have commanded. Our Lord did not exclude civil authorities from the command to obey and display allegiance to him. The pursuit of a Christian nation is not a distraction from the gospel, but rather an effort to faithfully apply all scriptures of all life, including the public square, for God's glory and our earthly and eternal good. We recognize the existence of other definition of Christian nationalism. We certainly do not endorse every iteration of Christian nationalism, especially repudiate some such forms as well be evident in our affirmation and denials. You may sign this document and what are the affirmations and denials? We affirm that the Bible is God's word, breathed out by Him, breathed out by Him as the only sufficient, certain, inherent, infallible, necessary, and final authority for all saving knowledge, faith, which we must believe, and obedience, how we must live. We affirm that the light of nature in man and God's work in creation and providence reveals God's power in nature, leaving civil authority without excuse for failing to govern justly. As his servants, yet no as his servants, yet this knowledge is insufficient for repudiance into life and salvation. All truth claims and ethical standards must be tested by God's final word, which is Scripture alone. We affirm that the Bible is clear in all essential matters. Okay, Orthodox Christian faith. We affirm that the nations and commanded to honor God by officially affirming the Orthodox Christian faith. We deny that a Christian nation must require or prelude membership of any particular confessional tradition or denomination. Article 3, the standard of justice. We affirm that God is authoritative on everything to which it speaks. We affirm that God's words speak abundantly regarding the nature and importance of civil governance and justice. We affirm that God's moral law is enduring and binding on all people throughout all time, including civil authorities and nations, and that it is summarily comprehended to the Ten Commandments. We further affirm that every political thought must be taken captive to the obedience of Christ. We affirm that Christ will judge every civil authority according to their conformity to his word. We deny that there is any objective standard by which to discern justice from injustice outside of God. Revelation written on the heart, declared in creation, and most perfectly revealed in Scripture. We deny that faith and civil authorities may rule autonomously from the rule of Christ. We deny that God's approval of Christians embracing any political ideology or position contrary to the prohibited scriptures. This is what Russ Vogt is the co-author of. We affirm that a nation is not merely an idea, an abstract principle, or ideology, but tangible, defined by a particular body of people in a particular space. We affirm that a particular people are necessarily bound together by shared cultures, custom, history, and lineage, which share common interests, virtues, languages, and worship. We affirm in regards to place that a nation is definitively set by both its borders in time and physical, defined by God. Thus, we affirm that nations should rightly maintain autonomous government of the people and place with with the necessary rights and duty, prioritize the security of its people by maintaining its borders, providing for its common defense, and repelling invasions from without and insurrections from within, promote the prosperity of its citizens, and enforce justice. This is a whole lot of bullshit. I went down a rabbit hole with this bullshit because I don't care about any of that bullshit. I'm just letting you know that Russell Vogt is a part a prominent Christian nationalism who declared his desire to put federal bureaucracies in trauma. Wait a minute. Hold on. Where? Declared that the United States must formally acknowledge the lordship of Christ in all its laws, abolish abortion, outlaw marriage, equity, and recapture our national sovereignty from godless global entities who present a grave threat to civilization. Wolf is a close associate of OMB Director Russ Vogt, a prominent Christian nationalist who declared his desire to put federal bureaucracies in trauma. Okay, so I just wanted you guys to see that. I kind of went down on a rabbit hole on that. Let me get to because I've already talked about all of this. There's really nothing else to say further than what is presented for you, and all of these things that 45, 47. Hey, the Bushes is putting into action. Hey, Lena, pretty brown eyes. Okay. Now, Marjorie, let's talk about this government closure, shall we? Now, we know that the right is trying to say that They are shutting down the government because of the Democrats want to give health care to undocumented immigrants. But even Marjorie Taylor Greene is going against them. Marjorie Taylor Greene has finally found something that is personally affecting her. So she is speaking out about uh, the Republicans closing down the House and being on vacation because she now understands that this is personally going to affect her and her children, and so therefore she is speaking out. She said that her children's insurance is going to be something like doubled or something. Now let me find exactly what Marjorie had to say about this. Here we go. Here's Marjorie Taylor Greene. Here we go. I guess Marjorie Taylor Greene has gone woke on us. Let me share this screen.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, who was literally on CNN to talk about the fact that the Epstein files aren't coming out.
The Jeffrey Epstein files, wanting to release those. I know Democrats have also been calling for that, a few other Republicans as well. The Democrats
hide this and prevent it from coming out, but because of the efforts for session, so nothing is happening. But actually, the oversight committee has subpoenaed.
I don't want the Epstein stuff. She's been out against the Epstein stuff.
Being very smart. She also said this about the ACA tax credits.
Here we go.
I'm one of those that gets real tired of political drama when it's not actually solving a problem. And this is such a crisis that I'm willing to say, okay, everyone, we have to do something about this. It shouldn't be something that we dangle the American people or military pay or all of these things. We shouldn't be dangling them back and forth. We have to fix it.
What are you hearing from your constituents right now? And do you have any regrets about voting for that short-term continuing resolution, that spending bill?
Thank you for that question. Number one, I am a Republican, and I support the.
So it doesn't make sense. She has no. She is okay with voting for the bill, and now she's circling around, pretending like she didn't know all of this and all of that was in the bill. But now she realized that her adult son's personal medical insurance is going to increase drastically. So, Marjorie, you mean to tell me that your adult children were on Obamacare, or are your adult children reaching an age where they're going to have their own insurance? Are you telling me that your children don't have jobs that supplies them insurance? Marjorie Taylor Greene, you mean to tell me that you talked so much shit about Obamacare, and it seems like Obamacare is the insurance that your children are on, bitch? Because they're aging out of being able to be under your insurance, that they were only able to be able to be on until they're 25-year-old because of Obamacare, bitch? What the fuck you saying, Marjorie? Now you worried about the price of your children's health care. Make that make sense. Marjorie Taylor Greene gets no kudos because Marjorie Taylor Greene was just infallible about talking against Obamacare. Now she's talking about, well, we need to do something about the Affordable Care Act because the insurance on my children is going to go up drastically. Can you believe this shit? Of course you can believe it. It's a Republican. Of course, you should be able to believe it. Let me see if I can find. Let me see if I can find this other link. Okay, let me share this one. Maybe this one has her going on full throttle about her children. Her personal children. Okay. Luke Beasley, Marjorie Taylor Greene shocks the shit out of Trump with this out of nowhere. So let's get into this.
That person looked around and went, hey, I think Republicans don't care if your health insurance costs skyrocket, and that's bad. Hell yeah. Look at this. She said, hi, this is your daily reminder that insurance has become unaffordable for most Americans. Health, auto, and home. I wish my party would make this a priority. She's saying this while the Democrats are fighting for that very thing through this shutdown. She then did one of her essays, and we can't read all of this. So she begins this long post by saying that she's not a fan of the Affordable Care Act. So she's kind of trying to start off by,
I wasn't in Congress when the Obamacare Affordable Care Act bullshit started. I got in 2021. Oh, I didn't realize that. But she has talked much shit about Obamacare. As a matter of fact, the ACA made health insurance unaffordable for my family after it was passed, with skyrocketing premiums higher than our house payment. Let's just say, as nicely as possible, I'm not a fan, but I'm going to go against everyone on this issue because when the tax credits expire, the tax credits are for Obamacare. What the fuck is she saying? She's trying to have it both ways. She said that the ACA made health insurance unaffordable for my family after it was passed, which with skyrocketing premiums higher than our house payment. But I'm going to say it against everyone on this issue because the tax credits for Obamacare, when the tax credits expire this year, my own adult children insurance premiums for 2026 are going to double, along with the wonderful families and hardworking people in my districts. So you can't have it both ways, bitch. You calling it Obamacare Affordable Care Act bullshit and saying it made it unaffordable for your children. But if this tax credit is allowed to expire in December, all of a sudden your children's insurance premiums are going to double. See, the tax credit is only for Obamacare insurance, bitch. It's not a tax credit for all insurance company. It's for the Affordable Care Act, bitch. I'm not towing the party line on this or playing loyal games. I'm a Republican and won't vote for illegals to have any taxpayer. You don't have to vote for that because that's not even up for vote. So she's trying to have it both ways, understanding that it appears from her own words that her children are going to be affected by the Affordable Care Act a tax credit expiring. It seems like her children are going to be affected by that. As she sits up here and bemoans and lie on the Affordable Care Act, one paragraph above this. Okay.
separating herself from Obama and all that, but then calls out, you can see here, that her own adult children's insurance premiums for 2026 are going to double, along with hardworking families. I'm not towing the party line on this. I'm not playing loyalty games. And that Republican leadership doesn't have anything to say.
Also, I think health insurance and all insurance is a scam. Be clear. Not a single Republican in leadership talked to us about this or has given us a plan to help Americans deal with their health insurance premiums doubling. Well, the Democrats are trying to talk to you about healthcare insurance premium doubling if the subsidies for the Affordable Care Act, and y'all closed down the government. Y'all didn't want to have any conversations with them, but now she is the great white hope out here on her white horse, championing for the health insurance premiums not doubling. Houseway. Now, understand that Marjorie Taylor Greene, I think she wanted to run for governor for Georgia, and 45-47 endorsed her rival, and has a score. Uh, she has a score to keep with 45-47. She's upset that 45-47 did not endorse her. So she is going to be stuck in Congress. So this is what she's saying. Our country sent 30 billion to Israel in 2024 alone. How much did they send in 2025? Now it's Biden. We're back to what they sent in Biden. Keep it present. Okay. Killing countless innocent children and sent hundreds of billions to Ukraine in the past few years. By the way, I voted no to all of that murder. America has funded the Ukrainian government, Ukrainian pensions, and Ukrainian businesses during this entire stupid war that America should have nothing to do with. So, should they have something to do with what's going on in Israel? I don't see her say nothing about that. I don't see her say about nothing about the money that was sent there. I don't see her talking about we're sending all this money to Israel when the Israeli people have universal health care. I don't hear her saying nothing about that.
About this issue, which is exactly what, just by the way, Democrats have been raising the alarm about for a long time. And then, I mean, she says different things in here, like she plays into the undocumented immigrant talking point that is kind of, she says different things in here, like
our country does fund foreign countries and foreign wars and never does anything to help the American people. It's absolutely shameful, disgusting, and traitorous that our law and policy screw the American people so much that the government is shut down right now, fighting over basic issues like this. Again, no funding for illegals and any benefits for them, but we have to do something about the absolutely insane cost, I guess she's saying, of insurance. So don't believe the hype. Let me see. I don't want to see here Chuck Schumer bullshit around. Marjorie Taylor Greene broke ranks and told the truth about the seriousness of unaffordable health insurance plaguing Americans. Launched the same old controlled DC reporters to ask her Republican colleagues questions about her and write articles to frame and isolate her. Go ahead. It always backfires. I don't know what the fuck she's trying to say there. Now she's on to now. I think this is that ain't something I want to see. Okay.
I'm not sure we would have even had a country. And now we have the most successful country in the world. Brian?
Yes, sir. What is your message to Democrats ahead of a next vote to open up the government? The American people are saying open Defund the damn government. What's your message to them right now?
Well, they're the ones that started it. They're the ones that have it. And it's almost like a kamikaze attack by them. You want to know the truth? This is like a kamikaze attack. They almost, they have nothing to lose. They've lost the elections. They've lost the presidential election in a landslide.
Hey, I don't know. That seems a little excessive. A kamikaze attack?
Mr. President, why do you say some federal workers should not get their back pay? Why do you say some?
Well, you're going to have to figure that out, okay? Ask the Democrats that question.
Mr. President, just to follow up there, I mean, the law says that when the government is reopened, that workers will receive their back pay. So are you going to define the law there, or what do you?
I follow the law, and what the law says is correct, and I follow the law.
So that question is about this.
The law was enacted in his last administration when the government shut down under him once again. So now let's get into actually the opening of the government of it all. Okay, let's move rascal. Move away. Somebody's trying to get my attention. Let's get into why the government is shut down. We know why the government is shut down. However, Mike Johnson keeps saying that the government is shut down because the Democrats want to give Medicaid to undocumented immigrants, which is a lie. Federal funds for Medicaid does not go to undocumented immigrants. Okay, so now we do understand that that's bullshit. Now we also understand that they will not gavel in Congress, and he has also told them to take an extra week off, so he does not have to gaggle in the woman from Arizona who won her father's seat, who said that she will vote to have the Epstein papers released. And then Johnson came out and said that this is that the since the government has closed down, I showed you them gaggle in Congress, say the Pledge of Allegiance, and then gaggle out. Mike Johnson then was asked why he hasn't pledged her in. He said that we are in a pro forma term of government, and he tried to use that as the answer as to why he wouldn't gaggle this Arizona congresswoman in. Now, that's the reason why he didn't gaggle her in. However, he has gaggled in two Republicans during a pro forma session of Congress. If you did not know, now you know. And when that was brought up to him, he had the audacity to say, well, they didn't know beforehand that it was going to be a pro forma session of Congress, and her family was here and everything, so that's why we signed them in. See, all of this, if you don't believe half of this is going on to prevent these Epstein files to being released, we know that the oversight committee has already sent a subpoena for these documents, but they still have not gotten all of these documents as they are under subpoena. They still have not gotten these documents. Now they want to release the documents in Congress. They have enough votes outside of the subpoena they already have in oversight. And Mike Johnson is refusing to do his job to protect whatever is in these Epstein files.
Avoiding and delaying and keeping from confirming newly elected Representative Adelita Grijalva. This is what he did.
Congress and get everybody back to work. I certainly pray and hope that they will do that and they don't drag this on for political purposes. Thank you all so much.
Mr. Speaker, when will you swear in Ms. Grijalva?
Mike Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, when are you signing in Ms. Grijalva? And he just keeps walking as if he didn't hear the question. But he can't keep walking right now. He went on News Nation. I guess he thought that they were going to be favorable to him. And let's see what happened.
Same question.
Why won't you swear her in?
Yeah. I mean, again, they're becoming experts at this.
How long did it take him to even blink his eyes on that? I guess he thought that he wouldn't get this question. And watch him try to use a non-answer and answer.
Distraction and red herrings. This has absolutely nothing to do about Epstein. This is. Yeah. I mean.
More directly, the same question.
Why won't you swear her in?
Yeah. I mean, again, they're becoming experts at distraction and red herrings. This has absolutely nothing to do about Epstein. This is a scheduling matter. As soon as the Democrats vote to reopen the government, we will get back to the regular order and session of Congress, and that'll be, I'm sure, among our first orders of business is to administer the oath to the newly elected representative. This is just a matter of the schedule. In a pro forma session, no one's there in the chamber. It's literally sometimes 3-4 people. You have a clerk and whomever is serving as the interim speaker. They bang the gavel in, they say the pledge, and they bang the gavel out. That's it. It's just to keep Congress functioning. It's a tradition of the institution. But we'll do it right and do it in the right way as soon as everybody gets back here.
I understand, and that makes perfect sense until we look back and see that there have been Republicans sworn in during pro forma sessions. So why should it be different for a Democrat?
The great question. There was a unique exception made when the 2 Florida representatives were sworn in earlier this year after winning a special election. And the only reason we did that is because it was previously noticed for that date, and they flew all their families and friends in for the ceremony. So because they were here and the session got canceled, we just went ahead and did it because their families were here. That's the main purpose of it. But,
so if she flies in her family, would you guys do it?
She'll get the full bells and whistles. It hasn't been scheduled because we don't schedule things for pro forma. No, but they're trying to make an issue out of nothing. I look forward to welcoming her. She's congratulated for having won her father's seat. He served a long time. She'll have a great career. But, again, these are distractions. We have to get the government open so that we can get all these regular processes working again. That's all this is.
Leland did push him there. And he also...
It makes absolutely no sense. Now, here is the one who wouldn't even show up when subpoenaed, having so much to say now.
By it.
You're here on Capitol Hill tonight. A lot of your colleagues are not because you're not in session. And Speaker Johnson has said he's not bringing y'all back until there's an agreement to reopen the government. Is it clear to you why Speaker Johnson has not sworn in the new member, Adelita Grijalva, yet?
Because we're not in session. It's typically done when we're all there. It's a special thing. The individual the new member gives a speech in front of Congress, sworn in by the Speaker of the House, introduced by colleagues from their delegation. That's how I've been here 19 years. It's always been done that way. So that's nothing out of the ordinary. The reason we're not here is because we've done our work. We've passed the bill that funds the government again at the levels Chuck Schumer agreed to, and now
No, your work is to work with the Democrats and Republicans. Your work is to work together to keep this government going. There's nobody here. We've done our work as the government is closed. How is it then that you have consider yourself have done your work? Make that make sense.
Won't support it because he's. And this debate is.
Usually when you have not done your work and you just leave your job, what happens to you? You get fired. I hope the people in Ohio are paying attention to what this man considers doing his work. Ohio, a fucking a broke ass state, a red broke ass state, who is about to lose their health care because of the cuts to that bill, and there are any the people who are on Medicaid and the people who are use the Affordable Care Act, otherwise known as Obamacare, whose premiums are about to skyrocket. I hope that they are paying attention to this man who couldn't pay attention to the wrestlers who were telling him, as he was the coach of the wrestling team at Ohio State, that I think it was Ohio State, if it's another, that they were getting SA'd by their doctors. I hope they can pay attention better than he could pay attention to their complaints. But maybe they can't, because after he didn't pay attention to their complaints, they actually put him in government. And child.
Chuck Schumer can pick common sense or he can pick the left in AOC. And right now he's picking the left in AOC after he picked common sense 6 months ago. Plain and simple, and I think the American people understand that.
So you're saying because it's a pro forma session, that's why?
Yeah, because there's two people on the floor, or whatever. But normally it's done in front of the full House. That new member in a special election gets, I think, in some ways, a kind of a neat experience.
So we know that's not true already.
Where they get to talk to the House their first day getting sworn in, and that's happened every single time that I can recall with any new member elected in a special in the middle of a congressional session.
But a couple months ago, he swore in Jimmy Petronas and Randy Fine in a pro forma session.
I actually didn't even know that when they were sworn in, but I always remember when it happens, the delegation's up front and that person is sworn in.
Oh, Jim. You didn't know that. I actually didn't know that. Okay, so the next time you hear, as soon as the Democrats open up the and agree to this budget, we'll open up the House again. All of this is to divert your attention away from the Epstein files. How did he not know that? All of this chatter about, everybody comes and everybody reiterating of the same thing again. Let's see if he has as much to say about the bullshit that he just got.
He didn't know it. So now that he knows it, what's the real answer?
Do you think it has anything to do with the discharge petition and that she could be the 218th signature for the Jeffrey Epstein files?
I think it's to make the clear point, we have voted to fund the government at levels all the Democrats supported, and they now won't support it because they're bringing up an issue that frankly was not even part of the campaign last year. I don't remember anyone saying, oh my goodness, we got to deal with the enhanced premium tax credit in Obamacare, and if we don't, it wasn't even part of the campaign last year.
Well, do you think that was because it was over a year before it expired?
No,
I heard you say that earlier.
No, I mean, I know a lot of the issues that were central to the campaign. Security of the border was central. Making sure taxes didn't go up. The record tax increase that would have happened if we didn't extend the tax cuts. I think dealing with the school choice.
They care about the taxes going up on billionaires more than they care about the premiums doubling for people health insurance who are on Obamacare. Okay, we understand what you're saying.
All those were front and center in the campaign, but I don't remember anyone bringing up, and certainly not in the 4th District of Ohio, I don't remember that coming up whatsoever. But now all of a sudden, even though they voted for a level to fund the government, they won't vote for it again because this issue just came out of the blue. That's not even up. That's not even expired for 3 months. We got plenty of time to talk about that and do better.
It is up because enrollment into your health insurance plan doesn't start when the plan is over. Enrollment in your health insurance plans starts either October 15th or November 1st. So get the fuck out of my face.
Better things in healthcare. So again, I just fail to see it, but it's driven by the left And what Chuck Schumer had to deal with back in March, the left is pushing him to take this, I think, ridiculous position.
Listen, all Americans that are on Medicare and Medicaid, who don't have tons of money to just pay out doctors, the 10, 5 figures for any kind of procedures off the bat. Jim Jordan, Republican leader in the House, said, "We've got more important things to work on than health care." Still hardcore to release.
Is there any information that you understand to be holding this up other than your 218th vote on the discharge petition for the Epstein files?
I really had consistently in my life tried to come up with what is the most plausible reason? Not, conspiracy theory, because that sort of came out really early on. But this is really the only thing I can point to, and perhaps this time is giving Speaker Johnson an opportunity to try to lobby the other 4 Republicans who have signed on to try to convince them to take their name off. It's the only thing I can think of, because the only people losing out here are the constituents from Arizona CD7 who elected me to do a job, and Speaker Johnson is not allowing me to do that.
I hadn't actually thought about that angle.
So there are 4 people who are Republicans who have signed on to this petition. Marjorie Taylor Greene is one. What's that? Nancy Mace is another one. The co-sponsor of the bill, Massey, and I forget the 4th person. Now, so it could be he's trying to talk them out of signing on to this bill, and she, Garalva of Arizona, she would be the final vote that they need to push this over, where they have no other option but to release these files. So Arizona gets no representation because they do not want these files to go out. They duly voted this a woman in, but their state gets no representation because it appears of these Epstein files. So that's all I got to share with you on that. The next time you hear that it's because of this and it's because of that, hey Leonard, and we can't swear her in because of this and that, you'll know that it's all bullshit. Now, it's good to see you, Leonard. Let me share something else with you that I wanted to talk about. Let me see. Pro forma healthcare Republicans are, are in their feelings and are being quite defensive because the truth is coming out about how many people on Medicaid are going to lose their Medicaid. And understand that there are working families who are also on Medicaid as well because there are a lot of working poor people in the United States. They want you to believe that the people who are losing their Medicaid is only because they don't want to get up off of their ass and get a job. But however, they never say anything about the people who are so poorly paid in the United States that even getting up off of their job ass and getting a job, they still cannot afford health care. Their companies do not offer them health care. Are they trying to do anything about that? No, they totally ignore these people in the whole thing about Medicaid. They're totally ignored. The working poor who still use Medicaid. Who also may lose their Medicaid because of all of the rules that they have put into this bill that people may miss deadlines, these obscure deadlines about all of this different paperwork to make it cumbersome and burdensome for you to even continue to be on Medicaid as a poor working person. They ignore that. But let's check this out.
That's probably not a question for me to.
Should ERs check for immigration status?
Should ERs check for immigration status before they treat patients coming into the ER? Since they want to say it's all about illegals getting health care, emergency rooms have to treat whoever comes into the ER. She couldn't give this simple answer. Why would they check their immigration status? Because whoever comes into the ER, they have to be treated until they're stabilized.
That's probably not a question for me to answer. I think that's a question for healthcare professionals and legal experts to answer.
I understand why I'm asking you, because Republicans have been saying that Democrats want to give benefits to undocumented immigrants, even though it's against the law for them to get these benefits.
Let me ask you, do you think that illegal aliens should receive Medicaid benefits? Medicaid benefits that go to the most vulnerable people in our country. That Medicaid benefits that were designed to help low-income families and Americans in our country. And what the Biden administration did, Gabe, is they allowed tens of millions of illegal aliens from all over the world to come into our country, yes, and they paroled them into the system. And you cover immigration, and you know well, it was a complete abuse of our immigration system. And they slapped a Band-Aid on these illegals. They called it temporary protective status. And then they allowed those illegals from all over the world to get free benefits. And you know who would like free benefits? Hardworking Americans who work their butts off every day, who are living paycheck to paycheck because of the Biden-induced inflation crisis. And there were higher wait times at hospitals under the Biden administration. We saw these illegals committing crimes all over our country, and they're getting things for free. That is fundamentally unfair, and this administration is not going to support it.
Should ERs, if a person comes in with a stroke or a bullet wound or is bleeding out, should they ask for immigration status before treating that person?
Gabe, I don't speak for emergency rooms across the country. I speak for the President of the United States, and that's what he believes on this policy.
To make somewhere between 11 and 16 million people lose their health care. I know you said on a Sunday morning show, no one will lose coverage as a result of this bill. Is that still your standing?
Which one of those would you like me to take?
The one I just
policy.
to make somewhere between 11 and 16 million people lose their health care. I know you said on a Sunday morning show, no one will lose coverage as a result of this bill. Is that still your standing?
Which one of those would you like me to take?
The one I just asked. I'll ask it again. I'm sorry if I wasn't
The bill does
clear.
not not lead to less coverage for Medicaid beneficiaries. It has improper
Okay,
payments,
so-
and it leads to the fact that people who are ineligible because they're illegal aliens or because
Illegal
they are
aliens
unwilling
do
to
not get
work.
federal dollars from Medicaid, correct?
That's not true. They get them in many different states, including California.
Federal dollars?
Federal dollars
They
using
get state
provider.
dollars. State can provide it. Are there any federal dollars?
Congressman,
how many
because
federal
of-
dollars then, since
Congressman,
you're
be-
the expert, how many federal
Congressman,
dollars go
because
to
of-
funding illegal aliens getting Medicaid?
Congressman, because of the
It's
money
a question,
laundering.
it's a number. It's a question, it's a number. How many dollars go to illegal aliens, federal dollars for Medicaid? It's a simple
Congressman,
question.
It is not actually a simple question because
All your
Congress
secretaries have a hard time with simple questions lately. I got to tell you, it is
don't
a simple.
pose simple
But you were saying that that's true, so we will. If you can get back to us with that amount, how's that sound? How much federal dollars? are
I'm
going
happy to get back to you about how the bill works and getting rid of the money laundering
So
schemes
a
that
lot of
state
people. Disagree with you.
Republicans love to blame poor people for Medicaid fraud, but the reality is the majority of Medicaid fraud comes directly from private insurance companies.
Do I just speak for everyone in this room or everybody in Texas? What the heck is going on? We are all just trying to do our best to, take care of our kids and pay the insurance and run the errands and do all the things that we have to do. And we're paying into insurance and we expect to receive good medical care. And it's a constant runaround. It's a constant hamster wheel. Texans continue to be sick. We don't know that everybody points the finger in a circular firing squad. And then now we're up here talking to a company who has received millions, billions of dollars in taxpayer funds through Medicaid contracts, who have used that money to then hire private investigators to follow around patients and legislators that are asking questions about what the heck is going on. It just shouldn't be this hard. It's ridiculous. And I know, well, I would say you're being put on the spot here, except for you're not. You knew this was coming, or you knew this was happening. Well, you were the one that was asking for those private investigations.
Yeah,
How are we supposed to sit up here and believe what you are telling us, to make any change, to put any stock in what you are saying? It's exhausting. You don't think it's exhausting as a legislator to run for this office thinking that you're going to make your constituents' lives better and be met with this crap? This is insane that the state government committee has to sit through this, that this is the kind of issues that we're dealing with because we don't have companies who take responsibility for the taxpayer money that they are awarded and do right by the Texans who have paid for it. When are you going to tell us that you're going to do better? You're going to change. And instead you come here and complain that you didn't get a procurement? What kind of grand miscalculation was that?
Yeah, I don't have a response, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I have a couple follow-up questions then. So going back to the private investigation, we've talked about the legislators. Has your MCO ever tasked a private investigator or firm to look into the background, financial or personal records of any state employee?
I'm trying to think, not that I'm aware of, but I can't say for sure. I believe those, like I said, I think those were from several years ago. We have not used that practice since then. So.
How are we supposed, why would we believe that?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm just saying that.
Have you ever contacted the Office of the Inspector General during an investigation to assert that the investigators should not be asking questions of your employees?
Not that I can think of. We cooperate fully with any audit from the OIG or any regulatory audit.
Have you ever obtained whistleblower information from an HHSC employee and then used that information to initiate litigation against the whistleblower?
No.
Okay, I look forward to our further discussion.
It is one of the biggest criminal investigations of an American corporation ever.
We're executing a search warrant.
In the past few months, hundreds of federal agents have raided at least 70 of Colombia's hospitals and offices in 7 states.
Rick Scott promised explosive growth to shareholders, but to insiders, Rick Scott could be ruthless.
They seem to care more about profits than medicine.
Good old-fashioned fraud, lying for money.
Over the last decade, Colombia has made its stockholders and executives rich.
The company cheated the Medicare program, and they knew what they were doing.
Regularly filing false Medicare reports and overcharging the government.
Charging the government for everything from Kentucky Derby tickets to country club memberships.
False claims submitted to the government year after year over the course of hundreds of hospitals. Their promotions depended on it. Their bonuses depended on it.
For-profit hospital chain HCA, formerly called Columbia HCA, will plead guilty to criminal conduct.
$745 million to settle charges of fraud in Medicare billing.
Rick Scott and 5 other top corporate executives have resigned, and federal investigators told ABC News today that Scott is now considered a prime target of the investigation.
There's absolutely no benefit to give
Lord have mercy. Rick Scott didn't spend a day in jail. Not hey Deanna, Rick Scott didn't spend a day in jail. After all of that fraud that they pled guilty to, Rick Scott went on to be a senator of the same state, Florida. Now, they want you to believe that they got the government closed down for federal money going to pay for Medicaid for undocumented immigrants. But Rick Scott didn't go to jail for actually for for actually saying that they committed fraud on Medicaid. Make that make sense. Paying for uh, uh Kentucky Derby tickets. Paying for all of this memberships to country clubs, and he's not in jail. But your government is shut down on a lie that illegal immigrants are getting Medicaid dollars when that is not true. When asked how many dollars they got, you saw Russell Vogt, the same Russell Vogt who threatened that if the government was shut down, that he was going to start taking jobs that did not align with 4547's mission. The same 4547 who came out and said that some people will not be paid for this furlough, even though the law was written in the last time his ass had a government shutdown. 4547 last was the last person who called a government shutdown. He put a clause in the rules that all people will be paid when they get back, when the government reopened. All people who are furloughed would be paid. And then on September 3rd, mysteriously, that clause disappeared from the rule books. The clause, they erased the clause that all people would get paid. And he sat his ass up there and said, some people don't deserve to be paid. Some people will be paid. And then I just played it for you. The lady said, "Well, the rule says that all furloughed people, the law says that all furloughed people will be paid." Well, I live by the law. I'm a lawless person. Right after he just said that some people will not be paid. They totally erased it from the law, from the rule books. Kind of like they erased the fact that most violent, extreme violence come from the right. They erased it from the Department of Justice pages. And they want people, see, people can come out here and talk a good game and act like what their feelings are real. People can come out here and act like they know what they're talking about, but they have no idea what they're talking about. And people will parrot these lies all across this country. They will parrot these lies and not even know what they're talking about. So, your government is closed because the Republican Party don't give a fuck about you having health care. That's why your government is closed. The government is closed because they are not going to do anything to prevent your insurance premiums from doubling. Let me okay. Let me let me share this with you. Let me share this with you. Now, the Speaker of the House had adjourned Congress until this Monday. It was supposed to be back in session on the 13th. Uh, uh, Surprise, surprise. Look what just happened in Congress. Because they don't want to swear in the Arizona congresswoman, who will be the final vote to uh, release these Epstein files.
Speakers Rooms, Washington, D.C., October 10th, 2025. I hereby designate the period from Tuesday, October 14th, 2025, through Sunday, October 19th, 2025, as a district work period under Clause 13 of Rule 1. Signed sincerely, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to Clause 13 of Rule 1, the House stands adjourned until 2 p.m. Tuesday, October 14th, 2025.
Tough day of work there for the MAGA Republican Congress members going on a paid vacation. You know that they gotta take that gavel up and then they gotta knock the gavel down. They gavel out. They send their members on vacation. Pretty much the whole summer, MAGA Republicans were on vacation because they wanted to leave to avoid talking about the release of the Epstein files. And now they're not working during a government shutdown while American people are suffering. Hawaii Senator Brian Schatz, I think, outlined the absurdity and the offensiveness of what MAGA Republicans have been doing with all of their vacations and just not working while they're destroying American lives. He did it on the Senate floor. Let's watch it.
So here's what happened. They left early on the 25th, specifically to avoid a vote on the Epstein files. Then they had this week off, 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 this day off, come back. 1, 2, 3, long weekend. 1, 2, 3, 4, long weekend. 1, 2, 3, 4, long weekend. Another break, another break, another break, and now they're saying another break. Get back to work. Get back to work.
But let me fact check it a little bit. While they're on vacation, they are working. Be clear. For Argentina. You see, Argentina just got $20 billion so that their MAGA puppet Javier Milei can throw these concerts for himself with pyrotechnics.
They got $20 billion from the United States. And then they reduced their tariff on soybeans. You know, the soybeans that are spoiling in the silos of American farmers. Those soybeans, because China has purchased zero on the books of the American farmers' soybeans. Well, the American farmers voted 77% for this idiot to be in office. So par for the course as they lose their farms on top of it. So instead of working while the government is shut down, they say that they have to figure out something for the American farmer as soon as the government opens up. In the meantime, they have given $20 billion to Argentina. They release their Argentina then turns around and zero out their tariffs on soybeans. And who goes in and buy up their soybeans? China. China, who was the biggest purchaser of American soybeans. This is what America First looks like under this administration. Understand. And then that the president of Argentina goes out and do a whole series of concerts, kind of look like the Charlie Kirk funeral with all those Ben Marcellus just said you all those pyrotechnics shooting in the air, him coming out kind of like he came out with that chainsaw and handed it over to Elon Musk. He coming out with a guitar and doing a fucking concert. A government that was about to go under, that was propped up with $20 billion U.S. money. At the same time that all of these American citizens are about to lose health care. They talk about AI is going to take over jobs. AI ain't going to take over shit because it seems like they're trying to kill American off. How
while they literally burn away the money that America is giving them. And Senator Schatz was on the Senate floor and he outlined this perfectly. Watch.
So just to recap, Trump is at the exact same time incinerating $70 billion of taxpayer money. But what's the one thing that there's not enough money for? You. There's not enough money for you. There's enough money for a $50 billion tariff bailout. There's enough money for Argentina, but there's not enough money for you. They don't have enough money to help a family of four that's going to have to pay $300 more per month to keep their health care plan. They have the money to cover for Trump's economic incompetence, but apparently they don't have the money to prevent a small business owner or a taxi driver or an early retiree from losing their health care. This is not complicated at all. Donald Trump's economy is already hard as it is because of his choices to create shortages of electricity, of lumber, of food, of health care. Electricity prices are going up at twice the rate of inflation. Vegetables are up nearly 40%. Grocery prices are at their highest in 3 years. And now people are supposed to find hundreds, if not thousands of dollars to spare every single month or give up their health care coverage and hope they don't get sick.
Let's bring in Senator Schatz of Hawaii. Senator, great to see you. When you outline there on that calendar just how many days MAGA Republic.
Okay, I'm going to drop this link in the chat. We are living in Hunger Games times right about now. Let me share with you how long I have been talking about the Hunger Games times that this government has us in. Let me go back. Let's go back. Where is the first Hunger Games? Happy 2025. It was before then. It was before the new year. Healthcare Hunger Game 10 years ago. Healthcare Hunger Games. That was not the first time. The Healthcare Hunger Game 10 months ago. I warned you. Where are the first warnings of the Hunger Games? Let me see. Maybe that was it. Maybe that was it. I don't think so. I don't think so. Where is the Hunger Games? I don't know. It's somewhere back here. Maybe it's not. Well, I showed you the one 10 months ago. I'm looking for a certain... Let me see. Well, I guess it was then. I guess it was 10 months ago. We'll take the 10 months ago. but I think it was earlier. But I can't find it. Long time. Long time. But I guess people didn't believe it would happen. Hunger Games, again, who's going to eat you up? I thought that there was another one, but I could be wrong. 10 months ago. Okay, so that's what I wanted to show you. Now, I want to share with you something else. Curtis Yarvin. Do you guys remember me talking to you about Curtis Yarvin? Let me remind you about who Curtis Yarvin is, and let's get into the Curtis Yarvin topic that I want to talk about. Let me share this with you. If you are unaware, Curtis Yarvin is a um, anti-Semite who said that the United States should be treated like a corporation, and all all people, excuse me, all people in other agencies should be fired, and uh, it should be treated like it has a CEO, and the president should be the CEO. Should the U.S. be ruled by a CEO? Is a clip I have for you right here. Okay, let's get into it.
The proposal here, which many people have would find instinctively anathema, horrifying, strange, exotic, weird. And to me, when I look at the weirdness of this proposal as perceived by the mind of the ordinary person at this time in the 21st century, I think it's sort of a sign of, in a way, how far away from reality the mass mind of the 21st century is. And I'd like to explain that by simply starting, and this may sound a little bit nerdy, but if you replace government with X, and you say the question is, should X, where X is not X the company, but yes, also X the company. Well, where X is any endeavor requiring the cooperation of a large or even small number of people. And the question is, should this group of people who are trying to get something done be coordinated by a single central organization or a central structure? The answer is almost always yes.
So, Mr. Yarvin is definitely right about one thing. Our democracies are in crisis. Their people are divided against themselves and have lost faith, and they're stuck in outmoded forms. That's why I've devoted my career to radically updating democracies for the digital age, and that effort is bearing fruit. In young and innovative democracies like Estonia and Taiwan, we see the adoption of digital technologies resulting in social cohesion, resilience against disasters like pandemics, and rapid economic growth. And more mature democracies like Japan, India, and Brazil are taking notice and showing us all how a mature adult deals with challenges, which is with humility, determination, and a growth mindset. Those are far better approaches for us to follow than the childish fantasy that if we just act out enough, Big Daddy will come and rescue us from all of our problems.
So I have a...
I don't think that was the best... let me pull another one. I don't think that was the best example of Curtis Yarvin. Why am I showing you Curtis Yarvin anyway? This... what do they call them? Hold on. Let me I'm showing you this because JD Vance is always quoting Curtis Yarvin, and I want you to understand that beyond 45, 47, it has already they are setting this government up to run how Project 2025 wants our government to be run. So let me share this with you and understand who he gets all of his great understanding and teachings from. Understand that Curtis Yarvin is also one of these tech bros. I played you a lot of Peter Thiel thinking about how to do elections and not have to worry about a democracy or and all of this type of stuff. Peter Thiel is the one who has gotten JD Vance every job that he has had out of college. It has been reported, and finance his run for Senate. So this is the mindset and where these people are getting this mindset. So just a little bit.
The people in my vision actually have about the same amount of power that they have now, which is basically none. So if you look, for example, at the, I think one of the most consequential policies of our democracy is mass immigration. This population has, this policy has never been popular in any country. It is completely.
Oh, so this is one of these against immigration. This is one of his big ones. That's the number one thing. And if we don't recognize that Elon Musk, I showed you him talking to the far right. I think it was British. They're having a big uprising behind what? Immigration, and Elon Musk is up there cheering them on as he is an immigrant to the United States. Who do they don't want to immigrate? Immigrant to the United States shows up at a big protest against immigration in Europe, as he sits in the United States, an immigrant here himself. This is the shit that these people talk. So you hear him talk that immigration is one of the bad things. Let's get into this.
Top-down driven, and people feel that they have no voice in the, I think one of the most consequential policies of our democracy is mass immigration. This population has this policy has never been popular in any country. It is completely top-down driven, and people feel that they have no voice in it, and they're really entirely right. They actually have no voice in it. If you look at basically the way that public opinion works in our democracy, you see this sort of remarkable pattern in which public opinion is not a final cause as people want it to be.
So what is their status? Are they employees of the government?
They're subjects. They're subjects. This has been basically the principles of the law of nations have been well known for thousands of years. They were only attempted to be revised, in the 18th century. They're subjects. As Charles I said, there's a clean difference between a subject and a sovereign. They're subjects. And the thing about
I get your point that they would be subjects. I just want to take that to for your response to that. Change in status that we would all become subjects unless one of us gets to be the CEO.
It's actually the real status. It's just that we're pretending that.
I hear you on that, but the pretense would end.
I just think it's important that we be clear about what it means to be a subject, because in some contexts you're subject of the King of England. That you have all kinds of rights, Magna Carta, etc. Mr. Yarvin has repeatedly said that he believes anyone's wealth should be able to be expropriated if they are a concern to the positions of the regime.
Fact check. Is that correct?
No.
Okay.
So you wrote in. I'm happy to quote at length. I have your essay from March where you tried to clarify precisely your perspective about this, but you said that the billionaire's money was just on in a computer somewhere,
yes.
and that root access should be seized by the sovereign, and that it should be limited until it wasn't any concern for political dissent.
So isn't that what Russia did? Take all of the wealth from certain oligarchs in Russia. He's saying that this is perfectly okay. And as he tried to deny it until he gets quoted. So let's hear him try to correct himself being quoted.
Essentially, yes, of course, sovereignty is absolute. Sovereignty is absolute today. Essentially a court can issue an order saying you, the billionaire, don't have any money, anymore. You are a subject of that court. The idea that the law rules in some sense is the.
But understand and be clear, he wants to get away. He wants to get rid of courts. He wants the nation to be run by the president. Hey, while he's throwing out this red herring about courts, he wants to demolish courts.
Sort of 17th century British idea that is sort of really completely contrary to political science. Sovereignty is conserved. If the U.S. Supreme Court says that you have to hang upside down by your feet from, this lighting, you're going to have to do it. So everyone actually is a subject.
I don't think that's the case, but I just want to make clear.
Everyone actually is a subject.
I want to make clear just a few other aspects, because that's the billionaires. On the other side, he said that when this sovereign arrives, that they should round up anyone who's receiving government assistance and put them into solitary confinement with a virtual, simulation of social interaction, so that it can be determined whether they deserve to have.
Just again, a fact check as your other source.
Yes, I'm happy to read the quote if you'd like. I have a whole set of quotes on these matters here.
You may read your attack quotes if you like. What I would say is.
How are they attack quotes when this is what you said? But you can read your attack quotes if you like, and then he goes on talking to prevent him from reading the quotes that he said out of his own mouth about being about poor people being taken out of society. Let me ask you something. Do you wonder why there are still private prisons being built in the United States? They want to have up to 1,000 of these detainment prisons in the United States. Do you wonder why they're still being built? Do you think it's for the migrants that they are sending out of this nation to wherever and whoever will take them? Not even worrying about trying to get them back to their home states, home nations, I mean?
Is essentially, let me contextualize that, if you will. The way I
actually have quite a long context if you want. I don't believe in quoting people out of context, so I preserved the whole thing, and you should all feel free to go and look it up.
We can hear it basically if there's time, but essentially what I'm saying, solitary confinement.
He was talking. You're interrupting him to prevent him from quoting you. Now you want to change it around. You don't want the raw quote. Let's hear.
Confinement is a sort of strange way to put this.
Well, you're the one who used those words.
What I'm saying, no, I didn't mean solitary.
You literally used the word solitary.
You literally.
I meant that for actual prisoners.
You literally used those words. Now, when it comes back to bite him, let's go.
No, what I meant is that basically there's. Go ahead. Do you want to?
Yeah, no. You did not use it for actual prisoners. You actually used it precisely.
Let's go ahead.
I'm very happy to read this for you. So he says, A large number of residents are effectively dependents of the state. For example, those who receive housing subsidies. These people need to be reprocessed to determine whether they can be members of a productive society. Establish relocation centers with a high degree of personal discipline. Modern technology can realize the ideal of 19th century penological reformers. Universal.
Modern technology can replace the penal system. Modern technology. What type of modern technology? This is one of these tech bros. Understand that Palantir has all of these defense contracts, and he's talking about the poor people should be taken into these detention camps and reprogrammed by technology. Let that sink in. You know how they reprogrammed the African slaves with the Bible? That I guess they feel like you Negroes are going to be too tough to program with some fantasy stories in a book. Let's continue.
Solitary confinement. In the 21st century, adequate social interaction, universal solitary confinement. Members of a productive society. Establish relocation centers with a high degree of personal discipline. Modern technology can realize the ideal of 19th century penological reformers. Universal solitary confinement. In the 21st century, adequate social interaction may be delivered electronically. Individualized cells.
Okay, I'm going to stop because there's a lot there. All right.
I hate that he interrupted that. You will only be interacting with technology. Just put you away in the box. As Rick Reed says, put them in a box. Just put them in the box and let them just interact with technology. And we have them out of our way. Solitary confinement is what he said, but then he said he didn't say that. He meant that for criminals. No, he said the poor people who are dependent on subsidies. So do you think that it is by chance that Medicaid was severely wiped out in this bloated budget? What makes you think that was not on purpose? Let's continue.
So yes, so specifically,
may you make very clear that it's not criminals? You said entire slums should be rounded up.
So the proper way to basically let's contextualize this for a moment. So basically,
how are you going to contextualize your own words to try to make it mean something that it isn't? He was quoting you. It was contextualized. Now you're trying to make it appear that was not what you meant, and when that's what you said.
you go around the world and you see a lot of people living in, extremely inhumane conditions. You don't disagree with that?
I would agree with that.
You would agree with that, right. And so the question of how a technological society can basically take these people and provide what is essentially a decent and human way of living is really, open to question, because our society has really not solved that. Is that correct? For like 6 billion people. So when we say, okay, how do human beings live historically?
Just to be clear, this was your advocating for the United States and anyone receiving housing subsidies, not for...
Now he's trying to make it a worldview. Now we're clear that this is him advocating how for the United States and anybody living in subsidized housing. To get clarity on what he's trying to make fuzzy, trying to act like he's talking about the poor people in Sudan and all of this. No, he was talking about Americans getting government assistance. The arrogance.
This is like I mean, there's so many different kinds of people in the United States. But
Also, you do talk in some of your writings about what should be done with third world people. You talk about Gaza and the notion that all aid should be cut off. So that's another example of how.
So
you might
let's address this question of what you're going to do with people who are have essentially zero economic value to the rest of humanity. You agree that there's a lot of zero margin.
Let's say that there are people who have zero economic use to the world. Let's just say that. Let's just say we take every opportunity away from people. We make people struggle their whole lifetime. We try to make it okay that people have not only two jobs, people have three jobs and still live below the poverty level and blame it on the people. Zero, what did he say? Zero value or something, economic value. So it's the value of the person only about their economic value. Their 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 economic value is the only value that a person has. So for instance, you have worked all of your life and you have retired, you're living on your pension or whatever else you have to live off of, you're just living a regular life. What is to say that somebody who is so arrogant and thinks about what your economic value is determine that you have no economical value? Let that sink in. Who is he to talk about the value of others when he doesn't talk about the economic value that goes to billionaires while they pay no taxes to contribute to America and uplifting people? And so, uplifting wages, making sure that people don't have to go without medical insurance. No, they're never going to talk about that. This is who J.D. Vance said that he is very impressed about his teachings. So don't think that it's going to end with 45, 47 if this administration stays uh, uh, in power for 4 years and 45, 47 is not at the top of this administration. This goes deep.
This question of what you're going to do with people who are have essentially zero economic value to the rest of humanity. You agree that there's a lot of zero marginal product human beings in the world.
No.
You don't.
No.
You don't agree with.
How is economic value equate to your value humanitarily?
The idea of zero marginal product?
I do not think that there are many zero marginal product people out there. I think there may be people put in social circumstances that make it harder for them to contribute. Zero marginal product people out there. I think there may be people put in social circumstances that make it harder for them.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. I messed that. Okay, I apologize. Hey, simply success. Sim- simplify success. How are you? Let me make sure. Let me make sure my mic is on. I apologize. Y'all know me. I will mess up a. I will mess up a stream that I am showing. I messed up that stream. Let's get back into it.
Humanity. You agree that there's a lot of zero marginal product human beings?
No.
In the world?
No.
You don't?
No.
You don't agree with the idea of zero marginal product?
I do not think that there are many zero marginal product people out there. I think there may be people put in social circumstances that make it harder for them to contribute productively to society.
But what should happen? Let's say they're there. What are you saying should happen to them?
So you've got, when you have people, what do people need? They need social community. They need basically to live in Dunbar number size groups, because this is our evolved evolutionary environment. They need society, they need purpose, they need meaning, they need work. These are the things that human beings essentially need. Do you disagree with me on that?
I mean, I might prioritize above that love, connection to
all these things, yes,
to the deity.
Absolutely, absolutely. There are all these things that people need. And the thing is that basically when you have the population of basically, a gigantic, slum in, say, Angola, and you're an advocate of mass migration, I believe. And so the idea that this is something that stays in Angola is not something you believe in. You don't believe that people's human rights as a human being should depend on the GPS coordinates where they were born, do you?
Well, the first thing I would say is I don't think this has anything to do with whether the U.S. should be ruled by a CEO dictator.
Can you answer the question? Do you believe that your human rights as a human being should depend on the GPS coordinates where you were born?
I think probably yes, because I think that people are part of communities. And people.
That's not this.
Can you circle this directly to our?
What I'm saying is that this problem is worldwide. The problem of what to do with the slums of Kinshasa is worldwide. I don't see our present oligarchy solving this problem.
All right.
I just think it has to do with the role of the United States.
I think you've reached an impasse on that point, or you're doing this. But let me bring this to you from the same article that your opponent is referring to. I found a phrase that I found interesting, and it leads to a question. You were talking about what happens in that first week after the monarch king is elected, and I'm quoting, "Ideally, within a week, every law enforcement officer in America is wearing a red armband to show that he follows the new president's direct, unconditional command." To me, that implies the expectation that there would be resistance from the public to this agenda.
We've seen the resistance.
Do you anticipate? Yeah, good point. Do you anticipate a smooth transition?
I think that Americans have been depoliticized to an astounding degree. I think if you look at the political intensity of the response to the first Trump administration and the second Trump administration, where the second Trump administration is doing, by my book, very little, but clearly easily 10 times as much as the first Trump administration, the response from people like what we saw has been 10x less.
And you've also want to throw out the current U.S. legal system and functionally put all the lawyers out there who have gone to law school in the United States out of relevance because they won't know the system, the new system.
Couldn't hurt.
President is above the law. The monarch is above the law, just to be clear.
Right.
No, I prefer basically the system of Roman or civil law, essentially a Napoleonic code.
You want to abolish the media, shut down their servers. What would happen to a debate program?
It's not your screen. I apologize. I don't know what was going on with my computer, but it kicked me out and kicked me totally out of the internet. The internet was on. That the reason why I'm playing this is I want you to see the mindset of what this person is espousing and how the United States is going down these very same tracks. Uh, but understand that the first thing that he said that there was a problem with this mass migration. So let me get back into this because it's very interesting.
Because they won't know the system, the new system.
Couldn't hurt. Astounding degree. I think if you look at the political intensity of the response to the first Trump administration and the second Trump administration, where the second Trump administration is doing, by my book, very little, but clearly like easily 10 times as much as the first Trump administration, the response from people like what we saw has been 10x less.
And you've also want to throw out the current U.S. legal system and functionally put all the lawyers out there who have gone to law school in the United States out of relevance because they won't know the system, the new system.
Couldn't hurt.
President is above the law. The monarch is above the law, just to be clear.
Right.
No, I prefer basically the system of Roman or civil law, essentially a Napoleonic code.
You want to abolish the media, shut down their servers. What would happen to a debate program, for example?
The debate program is just fine. I mean, the thing is that what we have in the existing media is something that looks like a private institution, but enjoys many, many, many privileges of a government organization. So for example, if you pick up a copy of the New York Times, you'll see, people are always like, should Peter Thiel compete with the New York Times? I was talking once to SBF's girlfriend and she was like, maybe he should buy the New York Times. And I'm like, if you buy the New York Times, it's completely useless, because if you buy the New York Times, either you're sponsoring the New York Times the way Bezos is sponsoring the Post, or you're actually trying to mess with it and everyone will quit. And actually, if you look at the way the Times, which by the way is a fifth-generation hereditary monarchy, if you look at the way that the New York Times is connected,
I mean, you shouldn't assume I feel any way in particular about the New York Times, so.
So
I feel it's an amazing organization, but if you look at the, let me finish for a second.
Yeah.
If you look at the way the Times is connected to the U.S. government, you'll notice something astounding, which is that easily 2/3 of the stories in the New York Times on every day basically contain information which is only available to the New York Times. They essentially contain information that is stolen from the government, that is not released through ordinary channels, that is leaked. And everyone considers this an ordinary and regular way of doing business. In fact, it's a subsidy. And it's a subsidy.
So, if things were not leaked, if New York Times did not get these stories, they would remain secret. A lot of these leaks have prevented a lot of stuff from happening and from continuing. But he doesn't want you to be aware of what your government is doing. He wants to get rid of media, so there will be no chance of you knowing what your government is doing. Let's be clear. And he's trying to make it seem like it's a bad thing that nothing the New York Times write is released anywhere else. So, pretty much like you can turn on CNN, MSNBC, and watch the same news story all day long. From one broadcaster to the next broadcaster, they are talking about the same story all day long in a time when the internet is supposed to give us so information, supposed to transport us around the world so quickly. Every news station start with the same fucking story, and they hammer on about the same shit all day long. So I think that this new for-profit media that is just a spoon feeding you a shit that their corporate owners, these billionaires, want you to know. I think that that's the type of media. What do they call it? A state-run media is what he thinks that we deserve.
That prevents anyone from competing with this agency. And if you basically called it an agency and you said, oh, this is actually part of the government, you'd be like, oh yeah, the Department of Information. It's the most powerful organization in Washington. And so abolishing that does not mean abolishing debates.
However, there is no Department of Information because New York Story runs stories based upon leaks in the government, many of which should be leaked. So he's trying to say just because the New York Times get information that the government don't want out, then that they are a part of the government. This is who J.D. Vance gets so much inspiration from.
I mean, look, I think there's a lot of interesting things to discuss about the New York Times and the way the media works and how leaking in the government works. I don't think it has anything to do with whether one person should come in and control everything and stifle as much dissent as they feel like or don't feel like doing and put people in, concentration camps. I mean, it just seems like those are very different questions. I mean, media reform is like an interesting question that we can debate. It's not the topic we're debating today.
How would you go about media reform? Because one of the things that you see in a lot of these different questions.
I mean, I can answer your question
yes, please.
if you'd like.
Well, you know what? I see your point. I see why you're making your case. You're making your case that all of these changes need to be made because there's so many disparate power centers that you feel, I think, are fundamentally corrupt, and you want to bring in one guy to clean it up and have absolute power for 4 years to do that. But your opponent made the point that anybody who gets absolute power is going to be corrupted anyway by it. There's just something about human nature. You can't avoid it. Can you take that on?
That's a famous aphorism of Lord Acton. I don't believe in it at all. I don't see how it applies to Frederick the Great, Elizabeth I.
I hate on here that they let him moan on and on and on, and never let this other guy get a point in edgewise.
In understanding, like, about 75% of emperors of Rome, for example, died not of natural causes. So that's interesting. It's interesting, and there's all kinds of colorful tales about them. There was this monarch I remember in England who beheaded some people, and then got married to some, and then actually made everyone at gunpoint change their own religion, so he could do that. And it's like, yes, President Obama didn't exactly do that during his time.
No,
so,
but our oligarchy is so powerful that it makes people change the words that they used. Do you capitalize the word black? When you write the word black, do you capitalize it? Do you say African American or black?
I generally say black. I don't really think about that.
Do you capitalize it? Do you capitalize it?
No. What does this have to do with
this?
Do
you remember?
Wait. Seriously.
Let me answer your question.
Okay.
Do you remember being told by power to change the way? My point is, if a monarch had told you, rather than the New York Times telling you to capitalize the B in black.
I need the ability to cut off my head. I wouldn't do that. And that's why I don't adopt all the trends in linguistic stuff, and I'm happy to do that or not do that.
And
I'm glad there's someone who doesn't want to execute me for my choices.
No, they wouldn't execute you. They just end your career. And they just end your career. And how many times have you made a choice under the pressure of this?
Now he's angry, talking about ending his career. Okay, let me. I can't take too much of him being defensive and lying. Let me. There is a point to this. Bear with me. Just for a moment. Let me share this with you.
Philosophy essays in my day, it's bad writing. It's writing that wouldn't even cut the mustard in an undergraduate course. It's not mysterious. It's not, you got to really figure out what he means. It's just poorly written. But the overall gist here seems to be that Yarvin rejects the foundational premises of the Enlightenment. Among other things, that's like a humanist ethic, the universality of reason. Democracy is a political project, the aim of a egalitarian society. He also disdains modern systems that he believes perpetuate these ideals. Now, for him, this is journalism plus academia, which he calls the cathedral. And he thinks these are the intellectual institutions at the center of modern society. Now, this worldview is informed by 19th century Scottish writer Thomas Carlyle, a reactionary who hated the democratic masses and wrote that man, little as he may suppose it, is necessitated to obey a superior. Whereas other philosophers of Carlyle's era called for humans to be free from monarchy and oppression, Carlyle thought folks needed to just suck it up and accept their subordination. And Yarvin has said, "I will always be a Carlylean." These ideas congeal into neo-reactionary thought, which combines anti-Enlightenment preferences for monarchy over democracy.
To answer your question very directly, I'm a monarchist.
With what Jacob Siegel calls a post-libertarian ethos that embraced technological capitalism as the proper means of administering society. Now, in this school of thought, we don't have some grand arc of history that's progressing towards justice. And pursuing liberty and equality as political goals is just a sign that you're stupid.
If we let elected politicians run the state, we get demagoguery, we get Hitler. It's all true. That's what happened. That's what we got.
Now, according to Yu Kui, for the neo-reactionaries, the equality, democracy, and liberty proposed by the Enlightenment and their universalization led to an unproductive politics characterized by political correctness. One, therefore, needs to take the red pill to renounce these causes. And once you do, you'll be ready to seek out alternatives.
By starting to think this way, I felt myself, sort of, as one might say, exiting the matrix.
This obsession with the idea that political correctness is an oppressive outcome of Enlightenment thought is all over Yarvin's work.
Democracy is basically considered one of the worst forms of government until the 18th century. It's a sort of becomes the reverse of a slur in America around that time. But it had traditionally been like, oh, this was tried and it doesn't work.
At times, it honestly seems like he's constructing a whole philosophy that just justifies the belief that white people are smarter and that the smartness makes them superior to others and that these others should have to listen to them. In this way, the underlying psychology of this is analogous to the Theo Bros.
Who is this? Christian right? Pastor Warren, I think his name is Christian what? Nationalist? Let's continue.
An integralist who think that women and non-Christians need to get in line and follow their lead. And like those theologians, Yarvin's work is grounded in an anxiety about the decline of the white West, marked by the rise of globalization, which has chipped away at its economic and cultural dominance.
One of the things that's really surprising and unpleasant about kind of China beating the West at its own game in sort of so many ways is the number of ways in which things in China just obviously work extremely badly. And so, the place is still kind of a third world country in a way.
To me, this all has the vibes of an...
China is still a third world country in a way. And you look at China in its architecture and their cities and compare them to the U.S. cities. Make any of this make sense, because it doesn't.
Aging high school quarterback. He's now sitting at the local bar, 4 beers in, talking about how he could easily get back in shape, throw the game-winning touchdown, and take Kelly McDonald to prom.
How much you want to make a bet I can throw a football over the mountains?
Kelly McDonald's been married to a computer programmer named Chip for 10 years now. They have a vacation home in Bermuda. She doesn't even remember your name. But this sort of anxiety, especially in as much as it's hostile to the Enlightenment Project, doesn't really makes sense, because the Enlightenment Project itself, with its champion of equality and the embrace of reason, was never really completed. Instead, it was derailed by the rise of industrial capitalism and then pushed off a cliff by modern neoliberal economics. He writes, the will towards such radical change leaves them with the illusion of a beautiful story on the other side of the world, and with elaborate speculations about a superintelligence that will save human beings from politics. And while Yarvin's philosophical enemy is the Enlightenment and its legacy, his more immediate cultural enemy is the cathedral, which is that mixture of academia and journalism.
The cathedral, to refer to these kind of the mainstream intellectual, basically newspapers and academia.
And he sees the academia media complex as holding the same influence as the church once held in medieval society.
This system does not work like the Vatican. It basically works as if it had a pope. And it's as unanimous as if it had a pope.
Now here, I really cannot help but see the irony in a self-constructed philosopher, and one who was able to do all his reading and writing initially because he got a six-figure payout from a tech company, acting as if the modern university is an elite system of influence on society and culture. I'm gonna say more about this later in the video, but from personal experience, teaching philosophy at a contemporary university does not feel like a position of
business in that context, or the tech powers. Why is that not on your list?
Because the influence of those over the world.
So he's either, missing the point or maybe just afraid to upset the finance guys who fund his lifestyle.
So I noticed you don't mention big business in that context, or the tech powers. Why is that not on your list?
Because the influence of those over the world outside them is much smaller than the influence of the world outside them over them.
Now, just like the Theo Bros, there's a sort of self-invented persecution complex here, with the well-educated, upper-class white guy claiming oppression because the rest of the world doesn't see how smart and special he is. It's like an unfunny version of Dwight Schrute believing that if he were in charge, everything would be better. Unfortunately for us, this version of Dwight Schrute has the ear of some very powerful people, including Vance, Thiel, and the folks that run some of the wealthiest tech companies and investment funds on the planet. And it makes sense why these folks, most of whom are also well-educated, white, and incredibly rich, will be attracted to Yarvin's thought, as it justifies why no one cool in the culture wants to hang out with them.
There was so much energy in this room, I felt maybe I was in Madison Square Garden getting ready to win another world title.
And it suggests how they can manipulate culture so they are in charge of things. And, just to make sure that we're not drawing false connections here, Vance has spoken openly about his admiration for Yarvin. In one piece, when talking about him, saying, so one option is to basically accept that this entire thing is going to fall in on itself. So the task of conservatives right now is to preserve as much as can be preserved, waiting for the inevitable collapse of the current order. Because when the current order falls, Yarvin's acolytes want to be ready to fill the empty space. While Yarvin is motivated by the cold...
Okay, there's a little bit more. Now, let me get into J.D. Vance speaking out of his own mouth. Here, I played a little bit of this link previously. Where is it? Here, let me pull it up again. Here we go. Here we go. J.D. Vance discusses Curtis Yarvin and deconstruction of the administrative state. Your vice president.
There's this guy Curtis Yarvin who's written about some of these things, and so one is to basically accept that this entire thing is going to fall in on itself, right? And so the task of conservatives right now is to preserve as much as can be preserved, and then when the inevitable collapse of the country comes, ensure that conservatives are able to sort of help build back the country in a way that's actually better, not Joe Biden's build back better, but actually some sort of reconstruction of the country. I think that's too pessimistic.
Speaking of Joe Biden's Build Back Better, didn't Joe Biden's Build Back Better gave the farmers a lot of money to produce crops. That's what Joe Biden's Build Back Better actually did. Joe Biden Build Back Better also paid farmers to improve their farms. Those improvements that they made. And when the administration switched over, this administration, this 45-47 advanced administration did not pay them the money that they were owed under the Big Build Back Better Biden administration? So is that, and no, maybe that's a good thing to JD Vance, because JD Vance have that acre traders where they are buying up farms. These private equities can go in and buy up these farms from these farmers when they lose their farms. Is that what he means? The conservatives can come back and build up the government better, not this Biden build back better. Is that what he's talking about?
And too defeatist. I tend to think that we should seize the institutions of the left and turn them against the left, right? We need like a de-Bathification program, but like a de-wokeification program in the United States, right? So like, let me give you a couple examples. So one of the things I've always been very sympathetic to is this idea that we don't have a real constitutional republic anymore. What we have is an administrative state, right? The administrative state controls everything, right? So to the point that like when Donald Trump wins, he can't.
Actually, we do have a constitutional republic. What you want is an administrative state. So you come on and try to pretend like, oh, we just have an administrative state. No, Congress pass laws, but not under this administration. He tried to pretend like it was just all everything just came from the top. But what is it now? What is it now?
Even sometimes get his people in core positions of authority in the administrative estate. It's like, well, do we have a constitutional republic? The founding fathers actually created a very powerful chief executive, a very powerful president. But if he can't even fire the people in his own administration, like, is this really a successful republic? So a lot of conservatives have said we should deconstruct the administrative state. We should basically eliminate the administrative state. And I'm sympathetic to that project, but another option is that we should just seize the administrative state for our own purposes. We should fire all of the people. I mean,
we should seize the administrative state for our own purposes. You hear it out of his mouth, and people think that at 45, 47, he went in for a health check. They say he always take a yearly health check, but he just took a health check in April. So this is who's next up to bat.
I think Trump is going to run again in 2024. I think he'll probably win again in 2024, and he'll win by a margin such that he will be the president in January of 2025. I think that what Trump should do, like if I was giving him one piece of advice, fire every single mid-level bureaucrat, every civil servant in the administrative state, replace them with our people. And when the courts, because you will get taken to court, and then when the courts stop you, stand before the country like Andrew Jackson did and say the Chief Justice has made his ruling, now let him enforce it. Because this is, I think, a constitutional level crisis. If we continue to let bureaucrats control the entire country, even when Republicans win elections, then we've lost. We've just permanently lost. We've permanently given.
So let the Supreme Court rule and stand before the American people and say, let me see them enforce it. This is someone who is impressed with Yarvin. This is someone who got every job out of college, reportedly, from Peter Thiel calling his buddies up and giving him jobs that his buddies allegedly then said that he didn't do any work in these jobs that he was given. Let's be clear. This is the one who Peter Thiel, who actually supported or rather finance his Senate run. A first-time senator who is now the vice president after being a senator for 2 years. Peter Thiel. Okay, so let me finish on Curtis Yarvin before I... Let me finish on Curtis Yarvin and the whole point of me bringing him up. There has been some breaking news on Curtis Yarvin. Let me share this with you. Panic Curtis Yarvin, JD Vance guru, plans to flee the USA. How can someone who is so against migration and uh, immigration and immigrating to other places is about to flee the USA? So it's okay for him to decide that he is going to pick up and leave the United States. It's okay for him to do it. And let's see for what reason he is choosing to do it. Okay. Some good news. Curtis Yarvin, the anti-American dark enlightenment guru, credited as the philosopher behind J.D. Vance, believes and the Trump administration is doomed to fail. Believes the Trump administration is doomed to fail. Fearing retribution from a future Democratic administration, a terrified Yarvin declared on October 5th that he is already planning to flee the country. Wrote Yarvin on Substack, the second Trump revolution, like its first, is failing. It's failing because it deserves to fail. It is failing, but because it spends all its time patting itself on the back. It is failing because its true mission, which neither is nor still less it, which neither it nor still less its supporters understand, is still far beyond its reach as algebra is beyond a cat, because the vengeance mailed out after his failure will dwarf in vengeance after 2020, because the success of the second revolution are much more greater than the first. I feel that I personally have to start thinking realistically about how to flee the country. Everyone else in a similar position should have a 2029 plan as well, and it is not even clear that it will wait until 2029. Losing the Congress will instantly put the administration on the defense. So he later edited the essay to remove, I personally have to start thinking realistically about how to flee the country line. While most people see 4547 violating the Constitution in unprecedented ways and trying to seize dictatorial power, Yarvin sees only weakness and failure. On Twitter, where Vice President Vance followed him, he criticized the Trump administration for not going far enough to wrest control of the nation and permanently dislodge Democrats from power. Back in March, Yarvin wrote that the Trump regime would wither and eventually dissipate unless he went full on authoritarian. Yarvin doesn't think Trump has the guts to pull off a full fascist nightmare. Instead, he casts the administration actions as merely performative stunts with no lasting impact. So he is calling out to the administration to go full on authoritarian, and he thinks just because if they don't, that means that the Democrats will surely win power in 2029, and they're going after all of us. So he's this is their savior who they take all their teachings from. And if the savior is running, we're going to have to make sure that the savior is safe, and these Democrats can never get back in power again. Of course, Trump has turned ICE into America's Gestapo and is deploying U.S. troops to American cities for no reason. Last week, he told a meeting of the nation's top generals that it was time to fight an enemy within. This is all quite unprecedented and horrifying to most Americans. They look tough, he said. They're doing something. that they are not even doing 0.1% of what it would take to solve the problem. That as much more risk to themselves. The most they could probably do is 0.5% matters not. So he is trying to ramp them up, but it is still not enough for the shitlord of the dork enlightenment. Oh my goodness, the shitlord of the dork enlightenment. What exactly would satisfy Yarvin? Getting rid of all the liberal judges is easier than getting rid of all. Wait a minute, getting rid of all one liberal judge. I don't understand what that. Getting rid of all the liberal judges is easier than getting rid of, I think he mean one liberal judge. Getting rid of all the judges is easier than getting rid of all the liberal judges. Getting rid of the whole legal system is easier than getting rid of all the judges. Getting rid of the whole machine of government is easier than getting rid of the whole legal system. Getting rid of the whole philosophy of government is easier than getting rid of the whole machine of government. So he just want him to declare all judges, you're fired. There are no more judges. There are going to be no more court cases. I'm getting rid of all the government. I'm not going to piecemeal it out. I'm not going to get rid of the department after department after department. I'm not going to explain to you anything. I am the government. That's what he wants him to do. Nothing less than a full on discretion of the United States can of the United States can state his thirst for power. Yavin, clearly feeling paranoid and pressured, has experienced significant uh, retributional decline in recent month. Notably, he has become a target of mockery and scorn from fellow white wingers who see his approach as a political dead end. Uh, who is this? Last month, the notorious right-wing propagandist Chris Rufio tore into Yarvin on Twitter. One of the problems with Curtis, you eventually discover you did you eventually discover is that he is high on his own supply. He imagined himself as greater than the American founders, Ronald Reagan and Elon Musk, and yet the evidence for that is quite thin. He hasn't founded a new nation or become a president or traveled to space, but also more modestly, he hasn't written a influential work of history, published a bestseller, or tallied any real world political wins. Nobody in a position of authority, even a small town mayor or a dog catcher, has ever publicly adopted his ideas and put them into action. JD Vance has. JD Vance has. Fuck that. What you talking about? No, Rufio claims that no one has adopted Yarvin's ideas are false. Elon Musk, Doge, among other things, was impressed by Yarvin. Rufio compared Yarvin to a Berkeley professor who burned out on acid in the 1960s and described his idea as complex of demoralization, resentment, and hubris. He imagines himself capable of repelling at least 250 years of American history, but behind all the obscure allusions and insistence on his own genius, his actual theory of political change is reducible to a meme, wrote Rufio. Other far-right figures like Richard Hanna have also regularly marked Yarvin on Twitter. Yarvin has done his best to slap the back at his critics with his unusual meandering screeds. But last week he finally caved by announcing he would mostly stay off of Twitter for the rest of the year. Coincidentally, Yarvin's Twitter retreat came one day after scathing tweet from a uh, pseudonymous poster named James McLeod, who wrote, seeing Curtis Yarvin tweet like this, if you watch a horror movie that sets up this mysterious evil villain, and then at the end of the movie comes the grand reveal, and it's just Alf, and you can't help but laugh and also feel a bit let down. That's it. Okay, so Yarvin is feeling embarrassed. It seems like the only thing that they are saying about Yarvin is he's embarrassed and he's leaving the country now. The San Francisco Standard. Software engineer and far-right blogger Curtis Yarvin says he is considering leaving the U.S. because the Trump administration is failing to kill democracy to his liking, and he fears political retribution from the Democrats if they regain power. In a blog post published this week and on his Substack, Gary Minor, San Francisco-based Yarvin wrote, because the vengeance melted out, because the vengeance metered out after its failure would dwarf the vengeance of 2020, and because the success of the second revolution are so much more greater than the first, I feel that I personally have to start thinking realistically about how to flee the country. Everyone else in a similar position should have a 2029 plan. Okay, so this is where we are in the government. They drank all the Yarvin Kool-Aid, and now look at where we are. Now look at where we are. Now let me share. We're off of Curtis Yarvin. I just want you to know who our administration is getting their thinking and their marching orders from. Peter Thiel, who was asked if he had faith in humanity, took 5 to 7 minutes to basically say, no, I don't think it is. Now, let's get to Letitia James. I have talked to you about Letitia James. You know it's bad when a Fox News lawyer says that there are no cases in this James Comey or Letitia James. I had already discussed this earlier because the attorney that they have trying these cases has tried no cases, is a former contestant in one of the pageants that 45-47 used to run, and also she may not even have gotten the job legitimately because they have up to 120 days to appoint someone to that office. And since they already had someone appointed to that office, and either he fired or either he quit or was fired because he told them that there was no case for Letitia James, only a judge is allowed to fill that position. So there is question if she is legally holding the position that they gave her. But you know it's bad when Fox News says you have no case. So let's get into this. Trump is screwed. Fox News lawyer tells MAGA host. Let's get into this.
Two charges that the Justice Department has now laid against him, accusing him of lying to Congress. I want to bring in Andy McCarthy here. It was a short hearing, as to be expected. Do you believe the government has a case, Andy? And if so, how strong?
I don't believe they have a case, Bill, based on what we've seen in the indictment and what we know from the public reporting. But now we're going to find out. You know, the arraignment was apparently unexceptional and unremarkable. That's usually the case. The only thing that really happens is a plea gets entered. But now the real work begins. The judge will set a schedule for the filing of motions. I expect that Comey's team is going to make motions, particularly about selective prosecution and that sort of thing. And the judge will have to rule on that. And if the case doesn't get thrown out prior to a trial date, we'll have a trial.
All right, folks, so that is conservative lawyer and top Fox News legal analyst Andy McCarthy once again breaking Donald Trump's heart and the heart of his MAGA co-hosts Bill Hemmer and Dana Perino, and probably the MAGA audience at Fox News, by standing 10 toes down on business, saying that Donald Trump's prosecution of James Comey is legally meritless. And again, he goes so far as to say the damn thing should be tossed out. Not only should it not have been brought in the first place, the judge should dismiss it due to its lack of merits. And not only did he say this sort of stuff once again on Fox News, Donald Trump's favorite channel, he continues to write about it at the National Review, which is an even further right publication than the Wall Street Journal. And
let me see if they have him talking about the Letitia James case.
Essentially what it comes down to.
Yeah, well,
real time when Andy McCarthy continues to say, this doesn't look good for Trump.
Andy, listen, either James Comey told the truth or he didn't, right? I mean, that's essentially what it comes down to.
Yeah, well, but it gets more complicated than that, Bill, because, so there's 2020 testimony, which refers back to 2017 testimony. And what Ted Cruz's questions seem to be about when you go back to the transcript of the 2020 testimony is whether Andy McCabe had authorization. McCabe was the deputy director of the FBI. Whether he had authorization from Comey to leak a story about the Clinton Foundation that the FBI was investigating to the Wall Street Journal. And the circumstances are that even McCabe has said that Comey didn't authorize him. He didn't discuss the matter with Comey until after the story was out. So it's unlikely that McCabe could be this person three who Comey authorized to leak stuff to the media, according to the government. So they've started to look at other people. But I think when you look at the other people that they have centered on, the problem is at the time that there were leaks from, for example, from Comey through Dan Richman of Columbia Law School, neither Comey nor Richman was an FBI official, and the stuff that was leaked was not about Hillary Clinton, which is what the indictment says. So I just think that factually they have a very difficult time making this case. And let's not forget, the U.S. attorney who Trump had put in the first place, Eric Siebert, who evidently was a good enough U.S. attorney in terms of the Trump enforcement program, that Attorney General Bondi and Deputy Attorney General Blanche went to the president to try to persuade him to keep him in place. He was the one who didn't want to bring this indictment. I don't think he didn't want to bring it because he has any great fondness for Comey. I think he didn't want to be responsible for signing off on an indictment that they might not be able to prove.
That's brutal. That's just brutal. I mean, it really is. Again, this isn't just some...
Okay, let me see if he has anything on Letitia James.
Recent Comey case developments. So let's take a look. Comey case developments, the perp walk that wasn't. As our James Lynch reports, former FBI Director James Comey was arraigned in a Virginia federal court this morning, entering pleas of not guilty to the false statements and obstruction charges in the Trump administration's indictment. And then again, as he said, arraignments are usually brief. The prosecution of Comey is an unusual case, so as we might have expected, there were some developments worth noting. I'm going to take them up in 4 posts, starting with this one. Let's start with the perp walk, or lack thereof. There was online chatter over the weekend anticipating that Comey would be arrested and perp walked. That did not happen, and it was highly unlikely to happen, notwithstanding Donald Trump's social media post demanding a perp walk. Even by Trump standards, this was remarkably foolish. As we shall see, Trump is basically writing Comey's motion to dismiss the indictment based on selective prosecution and political vindictiveness, which he discusses towards the end in the 4th part, I believe. It has been widely reported that Comey was issued a summons to appear in court, originally on October 9th, then moved up to this morning. Rule 9A of the Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure calls for the court to issue an arrest warrant when an indictment is returned, meaning agents may hunt down the defendant and take him into custody. But there's an exception. The court may issue a summons, a more benign directive that allows the defendant to voluntarily appear in court for his arraignment, but only if the prosecutor asks for a summons instead of an arrest warrant. When I was a prosecutor for the Southern District of New York, it was customary to have the court issue an arrest warrant. That's the rule preference, and it doesn't prevent the prosecutor from agreeing with the defense counsel that the defendant may surrender voluntarily rather than be apprehended. I don't know if the Eastern District of Virginia follows a different practice. As we've noted, Lindsay Halligan, the former insurance lawyer and White House staffer Trump installed as interim EDVA U.S. attorney, has never prosecuted a criminal case before indicting Comey. Based on Rule 9A, I have to assume she agreed to the issuance of a summons rather than an arrest warrant, even if she asked for a warrant and the request was denied. I have not seen that reported. And remember, Halligan was Trump's pick to replace Eric Siebert, and again, he was the one that McCarthy mentioned at the end of that clip, which is like, this was a Trump appointee, Eric Siebert, very experienced. Trump put him in that position. Siebert's like, hey, we don't have a case to make here against James Comey. We probably shouldn't bring charges. And Trump yanked him out of office and effectively fired him. A summons is a demand to appear in court. If, after the president's perp walk post, the Trump Justice Department had suddenly asked the judge to issue an arrest warrant so they could parade him around in handcuffs and leg irons, that would have looked terrible. Trump officials don't often seem concerned with the look of things if they happen to be things Trump desires, but trying to arrest and perp walk Comey under these circumstances would have been suicidal for Halligan in court in terms of her standing with the judge and other judges. No one knows this better than Donald Trump. As abusive, remember, this is a conservative legal analyst, a Fox News lawyer, so he hates the Democrats and thinks that, the Democrats engage in lawfare against Trump. So keep that in mind, right? As abusive as much of the Democrats' lawfare campaign was against him, in each case, though he was not in office at the time, Trump was permitted to surrender and be processed rather than arrested and cuffed. I presume after this morning's brief court appearance, Comey reported to government officials to be processed by the FBI in the court's pretrial services division. All indicted defendants go through that procedure, and there is no requirement that the defendant be placed under arrest if he has agreed to be cooperative. So,
now, isn't that quaint? That while he was allowed to surrender himself on all of the crimes and many that he was found guilty on, he wanted to make James Comey do a perp walk. And when it was told that they would not do it, he fired the person who told him that they would not do a perp walk with James Comey. Now, the last thing that I wanted to talk about was Letitia James. Let's get into the shallowness of the case on Letitia James, reading straight from the court dockets. Michael Popoff from the Midas Touch is always reading from the docket, so let me share that with you.
Indictment against Letitia James, the New York Attorney General, by Donald Trump's Department of Justice, particularly his hand-picked prosecutor, Lindsay Halligan. And it's worse than we thought. And the dirty little hands of Bill Pulte, the Nepo baby who heads up Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac for Donald Trump, is all over. It reeks of Bill Pulteism. And I'm going to tell you why that's a good thing for Letitia James, who's fighting back. She's not sitting around waiting. She's already issued her video and told the world, these 2 counts of purported mortgage fraud where she's alleged to get ready for all this, people. We're going to be spending tens of millions of dollars to prosecute Letitia James because she allegedly took $18,000 benefit over 30 years in a mortgage, because she bought a home in Virginia and she declared it to be her second home when it's really her rental property. So she got a cut in the amount of the interest rate, which over time totals $18,000. Does it have to do with that? Or does it have to do with the fact that Letitia James was successful in bringing a $465 million judgment against Donald Trump civilly for fraud? You be the judge. But let's hear, you're here on the Midas Touch Network. I'm Michael Popak and Legal AF. Let's hear from Letitia James.
This is nothing more than a continuation of the president's desperate weaponization of our justice system. He is forcing federal law enforcement agencies to do his bidding. All because I did my job as the New York State Attorney General. These charges are baseless, and the president's own public statements make clear that his only goal is political retribution at any cost. The president's actions are a grave violation of our constitutional order and have drawn sharp criticism from members of both parties. His decision to fire a United States attorney who refused to bring charges against me and replace them with someone who is blindly loyal not to the law, but to the president, is antithetical to the bedrock principles of our country. This is the time for leaders on both sides of the aisle to speak out against this blatant perversion of our system of justice. I stand strongly behind my office's litigation against the Trump Organization. We conducted a 2-year investigation based on the facts and evidence, not politics. Judges have upheld the trial court's finding that Donald Trump, his company, and his 2 sons are liable for fraud. I'm a proud woman of faith, and I know that faith and fear cannot share the same space. And so today, I'm not fearful. I'm fearless. And as my faith teaches me, no weapon formed against me shall prosper. We will fight these baseless charges aggressively, and my office will continue to fiercely protect New Yorkers and their rights. And I will continue to do my job.
All right, I've had time now to go through the indictment. Lindsay Halligan is the only one to have signed it. There's her little...
Understand, Lindsay Halligan is also the one that they propped up to bring the charges against Comey, and questioning if her even having the position that they have given her is also being brought into question. Kind of like Alina Habba, who is in the same position in New Jersey. But let's hear it from the paper.
There it is. There's her John Hancock.
Now, she had to bring no the DOJ attorneys would even go to court with her on Comey. She had to bring in attorneys from, I believe it was either North or South Carolinas and she actually said nothing in that case, but I found that it's strange that she signed this petition. And I found it strange that the signature on this petition is not the same signature that we saw on the petition for James Comey. You could actually read her childlike signature on that, and now this is just some scribble. I also find it weird that Michael Popop is going to let you know that what is actually put into this petition is not even in her handwriting. It appears to be in someone else's handwriting. So let's continue.
Lindsay Halligan, United States Attorney. Are you? Because one of the first moves I'm sure Abby Lowell, the lawyer for Letitia James, is going to make is to move to dismiss and to disqualify Lindsay Halligan as an illegally appointed U.S. attorney. But that is for another hot take. Let's look at this first and why Bill Pulte, the Nepo baby billionaire who bought his position on Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, the son of the Pulte family, Mark Pulte, the Pulte construction fortune. He's the one that's been sending out half-assed, half-baked, framed allegations of mortgage fraud. Adam Schiff, mortgage fraud. Lisa Cook, Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve, mortgage fraud. Letitia James, mortgage fraud. You've got Donald Trump ordering Lindsay Halligan through Pam Bondi to bring this prosecution. We'll throw that up on the screen. And now you've got the indictment. Now, as I said earlier, Elizabeth Yusi, who was, or is currently, at least at the time of this recording, the major crimes unit prosecutor chief in the Eastern District of Virginia, Norfolk, Virginia. She let it be known in the last 72 hours She's not prosecuting this case. That there's no there, that there's no crime here. There's no ability for a prosecutor on probable cause to sustain a conviction through appeal. And when I read to you from the indictment, you're going to know why. And I'm going to post the indictment on Legal AF Substack so you can read it for yourself. Letitia James was a resident of Brooklyn, New York, and a borrower on a mortgage for a property in Norfolk, Virginia. Okay? She borrowed from a bank called OVM, Old Virginia Mortgage. Okay? And then Old Virginia Mortgage sold her loan to another bank. So far, where's the fraud? The fraud is they say that when she bought the house, okay, she said to the bank, the original bank that doesn't own it anymore, that it was a second home for her, but she ended up renting it out to a family of 3. Okay. And that the bank gave her some low interest rate. They gave her 3% instead of 3.83%. And the difference is $18,000 over 30 years. Like Letitia James was going to ruin her career and commit mortgage fraud to save
over $18,000. Make that make sense. Who believes that? That someone who has went to college and is the attorney general of over the I think it's the Northern District of New York, one of the most heralded and famed district. Is she's going to give up her job over $18,000? Let's go.
18 grand over 30. Who believes that? That's the Bill Pulte dirty fingerprints all over this with his language. I could just see.
Meanwhile, the same Bill Pulte of the Pulte Homes fame father did the exact same thing. And when he started pointing fingers at these black women, somebody blew the whistle and pointed the finger at his own daddy, who had done the same thing. And his daddy, in turn, recently had to pay back, I think it was over $100,000 in property taxes. Let's be clear on this Pulte situation. And let's be clear that there are plenty other people in the 45-47 administration who have the same thing that nobody's asking them to quit their jobs. If they find that this is such a crime, why isn't Duffy, or who's over the transportation? Why isn't not Christine? No, what is the Tulsi Gabbard? Why isn't she losing her job? This is just bullshit. Let's continue.
It now, paragraph 8. This misrepresentation allowed James to obtain favorable loan terms. This is not Lindsay Halligan's writing. Not available for investment properties, including a note rate of 3%, avoiding a 0.815% higher comparable investment property rate of 3.815%, resulting in approximately $17,837 in rate savings over the life of the loan. Thanks, Bill Pulte. Are you now the U.S. attorney for Eastern District of Virginia? Count 1. By the way, that loan got sold off, and they claim that the loan, on paragraph 11, the loan was acquired by a bank that she had no relationship with, called First Savings Bank, so they couldn't have been defrauded, but they were exposed to risk associated with the misrepresented loan. What's the risk? They're holding a loan that is being paid by a borrower named the New York Attorney General Letitia James. What's the risk? It's a rental property. See, the theory is that people won't default on their first homes or maybe their second homes, but they'll default on their rental properties. I don't think that's true at all. I think if you have a rental property, you have money coming in, it's paying for the mortgage. You're less likely to default. I think that's what the studies show. Having put that aside for a minute, so the bank that currently holds the loan, this First Savings Bank, didn't make the loan, so they couldn't have been defrauded by any misrepresentations by Letitia James. And now we know from reporting that's been and evidence that's already been sent out to the media by Abby Lowell, the lawyer for Letitia James. She didn't even sign the papers. They say in the indictment on paragraph 14 that on or about August 7th, 2020 through January 2024, she executed and attempted to execute a scheme to defraud OVM Financial and First Savings Bank. I thought they said at the beginning of the indictment that OVM sold the loan loan to another bank. So if they sold the loan to another bank, how was she still defrauding them? And the new evidence is she didn't execute the papers. She had a niece in Virginia with the power of attorney, because I think her father lives there, who executed.
Her niece signed the paper. She was the power of attorney. What baffles my mind is, in telling this story all day long for over 24 hours straight, why is the for-profit media forgetting to mention that detail? That's what I want to know. The link is in my description box. I just wanted to share that information with you since he actually reads from the dockets. Now, somebody sent me something. Let me see. Why do religious groups care about abortion? That's let me play this for you. Let me play this for you. This is quite interesting. Thank you to the person who sent this to me. I appreciate this. Let's get into this.
That in the 1970s,
Let me turn up the volume. Here we go.
are religious groups so concerned about this? Have you ever wondered that? Well, the answer is that they really weren't until 1978. Did you know this? That in the 1970s, after Roe v. Wade became law in 1971, the Southern Baptist Convention, the most conservative evangelical group in the United States, passed 4 resolutions in favor of a person's right to choose. Did you know this? In the 1970s, the Southern Baptist Convention was in favor of a person's right to choose.
Who knew that? I had no idea.
Here's what happened. When Brown v. Board of Education became law, which made it illegal to segregate schools, white folks, especially white folks in the South, began to put their children in private Christian schools.
Oh, I know about that. Oh, this is not a public school. It's no segregation. They go to a private school.
They were called segregation academies. And that way, their good little white children didn't have to learn with children of color. These were religious organizations with a 501c3 status. Eventually, that was ruled unconstitutional under the Nixon administration, and any school that was doing this would lose its 501c3 status. Now, there was this guy, his name was Paul Weyrich. You ever heard of him? He was a political strategist, and he was all in favor of using the segregation issue to get white, conservative, Southern evangelicals out to vote. When it turned out that segregation could no longer be the issue to get those folks out to vote, he started looking for another issue. And he tried several, but in 1978, he came up with this plan to try the issue of abortion. And he identified 4 midterm elections. And he sent people out with pamphlets about abortion to pamphlet church parking lots. And so they went to church parking lots, and in these close elections with Democratic incumbents and very conservative anti-reproductive health Republicans running in very low voter turnout races, that strategy worked. And in all 4 of those elections, those anti-reproductive health candidates won the election. And they realized that abortion was an issue that would get people out to vote. It would galvanize that Southern conservative white evangelical base. And so they really latched on to that. Jerry Falwell, by his own admission, didn't preach about abortion for years after Roe v. Wade became law. But in 1978, Paul Weyrich recognized that this was the issue, and so he helped Jerry Falwell found the moral majority. In fact, Paul Weyrich coined the term moral majority. And that became the issue to get people out to vote at the polls. What's abortion really about? It's really about racism. That's what it's about. That racism was no longer an acceptable cause to rally around to get people to the polls. Because being anti-reproductive health simply isn't biblical and it isn't faithful. Why on earth are religious groups so concerned about this?
There's a little history. Now, there is a little history. Before I leave, I want you to also see Ed Gordon, who originally was supposed to be at the seat that Jeanine Pirro has in D.C., but even Republicans thought he was too vile to vote in. So 45-47 rescinded his, Ed Martin, rescinded his nomination. So they were very curious what would be in Letitia James' filing docket, because Ed Norton said because of this Flem case on Letitia James, he decided to go and take pictures in front of her personal residence. And he said he had to see where the crime was committed or something to that effect. And he said, since this has been this case, this flimsy case that is a non-criminal case by all assertions, since Bill Pulte's own father has done the same thing, and all he had to do is repay some taxes from one of the states that he owned homes in, and check the same boxes that Letitia James checked. But Letitia James is in front of a court, not his own father. So since Bill Pulte said that about Letitia James, here is Ed Martin standing in front of her house, inviting the press to take pictures in front of her house because he needed to see where the crime was committed. And because of this opens up her whole life to be examined under the guise of Ed Martin. But I shared this with you before. Let me share this with you again to see what these men are doing to this highly educated Black woman who successfully brought cases with a grand jury on 45-47 and actually fought the case to its winning in on her part.
Working group, Ed Martin, posing for photos outside of New York Attorney General Letitia James's home last week.
Ed Martin was recently put in charge of the investigations into New York Attorney General Letitia James. There's an investigation looking into whether she committed mortgage fraud, and also an investigation that is looking into her civil lawsuit that was brought against Donald Trump, his adult sons, and the company. And you can see here on this video, Ed Martin is there with a colleague from the Department of Justice. He's outside of Letitia James's home, and he does pose for a photograph outside of that home. Now, he was on Fox News on Sunday, and he said that he was there because he had had meetings in New York and New Jersey, and that he decided to go by the home. He said you have to lay eyes on it, and also saying that you got to get a sense of what is at stake. But Letitia James's attorney, Albie Lowell, has pushed back. He wrote a letter to Ed Martin yesterday in which he highlighted this unusual visit to Letitia James' home, which they say is an intimidation tactic. He also pointed out that soon after being appointed to be leading this investigation, that Ed Martin called for James's resignation, and then also went on Fox News on Sunday and said that he wanted to look into every aspect of James's life, which some people would call a fishing expedition. So Lowell has said that, were there any doubts as to your political retributive mission? You erased them in your first statements about your appointment when you stated that your assignment is to, quote, stick the landing. A responsible and credible federal prosecutor is not a pommel horse gymnast. Now, I've spoken with other former federal prosecutors who also say that these moves are highly unusual, and it could have real-world implications. If the grand jury were to return an indictment, this could be something that Letitia James' legal teams could use to argue to the judge that the jury pool has been prejudiced and that this was a selective prosecution. Of course, James has been criticized herself for campaigning on saying that she was going to investigate Donald Trump. She does have that court victory in the civil lawsuit where a judge has ordered Trump to pay $500 million. We reached out to the Department of Justice and they declined to comment.
New video obtained.
Okay. I always want to remind you, Leonard. Exactly. I thought you had left. It is good to see you all. I hope you guys catch the replay. It is good for your support. I think that is actually it that I have to show and talk about today. I just wanted to make sure. I know I was a little all over the place on that Curtis Yarvin thing, but I just find it amazing that these people who say that. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Breaking news. Oh, my God. Okay, so I think Ed Martin was actually stalking her. I think that all of that was untoward. Now, I haven't watched The Real Housewives in ages. Now, I saw something about sheriff provides update after Real Housewife husband arrested. I didn't know anything about this. Did you guys know anything about this? Oh, the whole couple was arrested. Oh, Wendy Osofo and her husband were arrested from the Real Housewives of Potomac. Get out of town. Breaking news. Let me share the police. Real Housewife couple Wendy and Eric Osofo arrested in Maryland on fraud charges. Lord, first Karen went to jail for I think it was supposed to be a year. I think she did about 8 months. And now Wendy and Eddie. I guess she had to pay for more booty and titties pumped up in her African body.
Residents in Finksburg, Maryland, an hour away. On April 7th, 2024, at approximately 10:13 p.m., deputies responded to a residence in the from their residence in Finksburg, Maryland, an hour away. On April 7th, 2024, at approximately 10:13 p.m., deputies responded to a residence in the 1900 block of Turnberry Court in Finksburg for a reported burglary. Edward Osefo called 911 to report the burglary. Edward and Wendy Osefo, both from Finksburg, live at that address, and they have 3 school-aged children. They reported that their home had been burglarized sometime between April 2nd and April 7th of 2024. While they were on vacation in Jamaica. The house would have been vacant at the time with no one house sitting. No one had a key to the residence according to the Osefos. The Osefos claimed that designer handbags and jewelry valued that more than $200,000 were missing from the primary residence bedroom upstairs. Responding patrol deputies handled the burglary according to policy and made contact with investigators with my major crimes unit to assist because of the dollar amount that was stolen. Crime scene investigators came to the scene the night of the report to process the scene for fingerprints, DNA, and anything of evidentiary value. And while I'm there, I want to thank the state police. They actually responded, and the superintendent of the state police, Colonel Butler, I want to thank him for working with us on the case and providing resources. It should be noted that the residence does have interior and exterior surveillance cameras. None of the cameras picked up any motion or indicated a breach inside of the house. Cameras also did not pick up any suspicious activity outside of the residence during the time the Osefos were away from the residence. Detectives also checked surveillance cameras from neighbors. No evidence of a break-in or suspicious activity was noted at the Osefos residence.
Well, what happened? Why they was
Patrol
arrested?
Deputies and detectives found no signs of forced entry or physical evidence of a burglary, such as footprints, fingerprints, or any entry point. The Osefos alleged that the burglar came in through a second-story window into the master bedroom. There was no evidence inside the residence that someone made an attempt to get into the residence through that particular window. No evidence indicated that anyone attempted to enter the house. The bedroom upstairs where the theft occurred was ransacked. The mattress was thrown off of the bed onto the floor to give an indication that a burglary did occur. Initial responding deputies again called our investigators because of the high dollar amount that was stolen. After the initial report, following days, we made contact with 3 separate insurance companies that the Osefos used to insure their property, which is common with this loss that this type of loss that detectives actually communicate with insurance companies to share information. In the days following the initial report, the Osefos contacted detectives several times to provide additional information about the alleged burglary, evidence, and missing items. They also reported the loss to their insurance company. Again, the Osefos alleged and claimed that just over $200,000 in items were stolen from the burglary. Weeks after the alleged burglary, detectives discovered Mrs. Osefo had posted photos on social media wearing jewelry that matched items she had reported stolen, specifically.
Oh my gosh. Oh my God. Say it ain't so.
A diamond anniversary band. Detectives were provided receipts by the Osefos for the loss of items that they had purchased dating as far back as 2018. On those receipts were email addresses. We had become suspicious that this was a false claim. On those receipts were email addresses, which detectives authored search and seizure warrants that they could access both the Osefos email accounts to attempt to acquire more evidence. The emails provided additional evidence that indicated this was a fraudulent claim, specifically Edward's communication with Wendy, and I quote, "Are there additional high-value items we can add to this inventory list? I'm trying to get the total to exceed $423,000, which is our policy maximum." Over the next...
Why is Eddie emailing his wife this? Eddie, is Wendy and Eddie still together? Why do you have to email? Oh my God.
Several months, detectives worked diligently to verify the information provided and to locate the reported stolen property. It was later confirmed that Mrs. Osefo had returned several of those same items valued at over $20,000 to the place that she originally purchased prior to the alleged burglary.
Lord, she claimed that somebody stole the shit that she used to film one segment of the show, and then had the receipt tucked in the inside of the clothes or the purse, and took the purse back. I have heard of people acting as that's some commonplace shit. You go buy something and leave the tag on it. I ain't never did no shit like that in my life. Never ever. wanted something so badly that I was just going to use it once and take it back to the store. Wendy, are you fucking $20,000 worth of shit? And she was a analyst on, I think, MSNBC. She was a professor, and now she's sitting up there getting her ass and her titties and blown up to be on this stagnant ass Real Housewives of the Potomac, trying to one up these heifers. See how embarrassing. An educated woman. How embarrassing. Trying to prove something about personal wealth. How embarrassing. Anytime people are trying to talk about what they have, who they are, you should side eye this. This is why you should side eye all of these people trying to act like they are above you in finances and all this shit. And look what they have to do to put on airs for somebody who don't give a fuck about them and how they live their lives. Out here hopping on strange dick and all other types of shit. For a little simple shit in life. Because God knows, and anybody with common sense knows that people who got it don't have to talk about it. And those who don't have it are always pretending that they have it.
We can see as far back as 2018, several items that have been purchased in 18 and receipts supplied to the insurance company, only those items had been returned to the purchaser or to the store that she purchased them from during the window in 2018 of the return policy. Meaning if it was a 90-day return policy back in 2018, she actually returned those items within that 90-day period. Those receipts were
just scandalous. Just scandalous. Trying to impress somebody. Oh my God. Oh, these people are, no shame.
Supplied to us, and those receipts were supplied to her insurance company and were alleged by the SFOs to be stolen in the original burglary. Based on the thorough investigation conducted by detectives in my office in coordination with the Carroll County State's Attorney's Office, it became clear that the SFOs had fabricated the burglary and filed a false report and attempted to fraud their insurance company. On October 29th, 2025, the case was presented to a Carroll County grand jury, which returned indictments against both Edward and Wendy SFO on multiple counts of fraud and false reporting. Both individuals were located and taken into custody at their Turnberry Court address on the afternoon of October 9th, yesterday, by the Carroll County Sheriff's Office detectives. Deputies executed a search and seizure warrant at the residence during the arrest. An additional 15 items that were believed to be reported stolen by the SFOs during the initial report were also located during that search and seizure.
Wow, 15 more items, Lord.
Seizure warrant. Those items included jewelry and high-end handbags. The SFOs were booked into the Carroll County Detention Center and later released on $50,000 bonds, or with $50,000 bond. Real quick, I'd like to acknowledge the work that my office did, Detective Richie Harbaugh, my detectives. They're just absolutely.
You know, it's really unfortunate that this is definitely an educated woman. I believe her husband. I think her husband is educated. He may be underemployed, from what I can tell from the show. From my memory, I don't recall his actual job position. It seemed like the most work that I remember him doing is on her little side hustles, t-shirts or whatever the fuck it was, candles or some shit that she did. He was heavy in her side hustle, but he did have some type of position. And it is just really unfortunate for someone to go to school, to be educated, and to do something this stupid and low bucket. Insurance fraud. Well, they do say innocent and proven until proven guilty, but this is some low bucket gutter shit.
absolutely amazing. Richie's one of the finest detectives on the planet. High praise for him. Also, the Carroll County State's Attorney's Office, Mr. Shoemaker, Mr. Culver, and Melissa Hockensmith is who handled the case for the State's Attorney's Office and has been working with us diligently on this case. I'll now turn it over to the State's Attorney if he has some comments, and then we'll answer any questions you guys may have.
Let me see. I want to see any questions they may have. I cannot. This is interesting.
I can tell you right now that there's a hearing on council where you're apprised of your right to an attorney and that sort of thing. It's tentatively scheduled for November 7th.
And the issue about the diamond earrings you found on social media?
It was a ring.
A ring?
Yeah, wedding band that you
How did that come about? Was that you just scouring social media for matches or?
Giselle sent that picture in. That's how they found that picture on social media with her wearing her wedding bell. Either Karen or Giselle or one of them real house hookers on the Potomac sent all her social media pictures in to the sheriff. That's how they found out. That's how they found out. One of them hookers squealed on her. So I appreciate you all for being here. Oh, that was an interesting surprise at the last minute. I hope you guys have a wonderful day, and I'll see you guys sometime when I see you, probably Monday. If I have something else, I may just want to shoot the shit tomorrow. I really appreciate you all for supporting my channel, and I hope you guys have a fabulous weekend if I don't see you before then. Bye-bye.